Chapter 1898. Many years ago, the sword saint of the kingdom had been thinking about some questions. Where were the limits of human beings? Could human strength really surpass the heavens? What was the origin of human beings? Were human beings really created by God? What was the end of swordsmanship? Was there really an end to swordsmanship? He couldn't see the road after the holy domain for a long time. This seemed to be the strongest ability of human beings. It was the limit that an individual could achieve without relying on external forces. There would be progress, but it wouldn't be a qualitative change. It would just be a trivial accumulation of quantity. Iulo had used this sword for decades, so he was very familiar with it. Even if it was the weight of a grain of sand, he would still be able to feel it clearly. But he had never experienced such a moment before. For him, this sword that he was used to using was actually so heavy. That's right, heavy like his heart and body. The army of white jade stone apes wasn't endless, but the physical strength of human beings had begun to see the end. From a moment ago, what supported the sword saint of the kingdom to swing his sword was no longer physical strength, but unyielding willpower. Would his willpower also be exhausted? There was a limit to human energy. He just swung his sword mechanically, swung it. He didn't even know if he had hit his opponent or if he hadn't hit him at all. Teacher. When he realized that this was the sound of peace between man and nature, the sword saint subconsciously shivered. He looked down at his chest and found that the right shoulder blade of his chest had been pierced by a stone stick from behind. Iulo gasped. He gritted his teeth and turned around. The weapon in his hand fell and directly cut a white jade stone ape behind him in half. His body staggered a few steps. With the support of his sword, he barely managed to stand firm. However, after standing firm, he looked up and saw that at least dozens of white jade stone apes had rushed to his side. The ferocious look on their faces seemed to be the same as Mo's Yuan Hong's at this moment. Peace between man and nature killed its way to Iulo's side from the chaotic battlefield. The small purple sword was still flashing, but the light was much dimmer. Teacher. I'm fine. Peace between man and nature looked around. While supporting the injured Iulo, he controlled the small purple sword to force back the attacking white jade stone apes. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can't hold on any longer. I'll escort you away." Iulo's eyes flashed with a strange light. He suddenly grabbed peace between man and nature's arm. "No, we belong to the old era. The one who should go is you. Let go. Protect me. Do you have confidence that you can kill your way out of this army of stone apes? You don't." Iulo stared into Mu Tenen's eyes and said in a deep voice, "If you really want to leave something behind, then it will be yours. Go. Take my everything." After that, a powerful force slammed into Mu of the Sky's back, pushing his entire body out of the battlefield. "You have all the things I have learned in my life. I'll give you my sacred heart." The sword saint shouted, "But I'm not asking you to inherit it. It will turn into nutrients and nourish the sacred heart that truly belongs to you. Peace between man and nature. I can't do it. Help me do it. Go to the limits of humanity and break through this limit." A golden fruit-like ball of light shot out and entered peace between man and nature's body. Sword Saint Iulo was already submerged in the army of stone apes. Seeing his teacher of 20 years being lifted up by the stone sticks in the hands of the stone apes, peace between man and nature's eyes turned red. He had always been a very calm person. He judged the situation and knew how to make the right choice. *CK, that last torch. This should have been his father's murderer. That year he saw the kingdom's sword saint pierce his father's heart with his own eyes, destroying his country and even taking him away. That sword saint taught him sword skills, guided him to master great power, and even accompanied him. It was a very long time, so long that peace between man and nature almost forgot what had happened in the past. That horrifying scene in his childhood was more like a nightmare to him. Now this was his reality. There was a man who wasn't her father, but treated her even better than her real father. *CK, the people of the old era. In grief and indignation, Peace Between Man and Nature pulled out his sword and used all his strength to slash out the most powerful sword energy of his life. Without you in the old era, there wouldn't be an era after us. What old era and new era? I only know that we are all in the same era. In an instant, a purple light shot out from Mu Tianren's body and into the sky. The huge purple light shone on everything in the surroundings. Those white jade stone apes that were rushing over were directly driven away at this moment. Peace Between Man and Nature raised his hands that were covered by the purple light in a daze. He saw that the small purple sword that was transformed from the sword Soul Beast was flying and buzzing. Instantly, Peace Between Man and Nature seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head subconsciously. He saw that in front of him there was a green light that was flying toward him at a terrifying speed. The buzzing sound of the small purple sword became louder and louder. The palm-sized small purple sword turned into a 3-foot-long green sword with a flash of flowing light. Peace Between Man and Nature instantly grasped this long purple sword in his hand. Instantly, he seemed to understand everything. Is it because you were stimulated by it, another sword, Soul Beast? In front of him, in the green light, a person was flying toward him with a sword in his hand. Ji Lian. The white jade stone apes on the way surrounded him. However, under the illumination of the green light, the bodies of these white jade stone apes were instantly destroyed as if they were pierced by thousands of swords. In just a few breaths' time, Ji Lian flew to Peace Between Man and Nature's side. Lord Peace Between Man and Nature, sorry to keep you waiting. His spirit, energy, and spirit were all different. Peace Between Man and Nature looked at the young man in front of him, who still had a trace of childishness on his face. He found that Ji Lian's spirit, energy, and spirit seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. But the most obvious change was from the thing on Ji Lian's forehead. White flame. Peace Between Man and Nature stared at Ji Lian's forehead in a daze. In this place, there was a bunch of white flame that was burning fiercely. Ji Lian looked up, as if he was also looking at the flame on his forehead. He quickly said, "It seems to be something called Flame of Death. I don't really understand what it is, about before the last reboot. But it doesn't feel bad. There seems to be some unknown changes in your body." Peace Between Man and Nature said subconsciously. Ji Lian said seriously, "Lord Peace Between Man and Nature, let's save Lord Sword Saint first. I need you to help me." "How?" Peace Between Man and Nature asked directly without any hesitation. "Lord Peace Between Man and Nature, let's combine." Combine? Peace Between Man and Nature was stunned. At this time, Ji Lian directly grabbed Peace Between Man and Nature's hand and said quickly, "I don't have time to explain it to you. There are many strange things in my head right now, and I can't explain it clearly myself. Anyway, let's do it." He wanted to say something, but at this time there was a strange fluctuation from Ji Lian's palm. This came from the green light shining on Ji Lian's body. It was intertwined with the purple light on Peace Between Man and Nature's body and called out to each other. In an instant, a green long sword flew out from Ji Lian's hand, and the purple long sword in Peace Between Man and Nature's hand also flew out. The green and purple long swords intertwined with each other at this time, and the two lights released by them were also intertwining with each other at this moment. Finally, the green and purple long swords disappeared in the intertwining lights. Then a golden sword light slowly descended in front of Peace Between Man and Nature and Ji Lian. Ji Lian first reached out and grasped the golden sword light. He looked at Peace Between Man and Nature, and Peace Between Man and Nature understood and directly grasped it. "I'll control the output of power," Ji Lian quickly said at this time. "Lord Peace Between Man and Nature, your swordsmanship is better than mine. so I'll leave the details to you. When one person's power is not enough to change the situation, then two people together. This is our battle. Why do I feel an inexplicably high degree of shame? Peace between man and nature sighed, and then exhaled the turbid air, his mood rising. Then come! In an instant, the golden sword light that the two of them were holding together soared into the sky. It became huge, huge, and at least 100 meters long. Then, without saying a word, it swept towards the army of white jade stone apes. The 100-meter-long sword light that contained a strange power was like a blazing flame. As it swept across, the white jade stone apes were like wax, instantly melting one by one. Peace between man and nature and Jillian at this moment joined hands and flew around the battlefield without stopping, killing. When his body was supported by dozens of stone sticks, Liuro felt that his life had come to an end. He did not regret anything. If there was any regret, it would probably be that he had not been able to touch the limits of mankind. However, he had already placed his last hope. As for whether it could bloom on peace between man and nature, it was not something he could control. I'm still not satisfied. I haven't seen it. Liuro reached out to the sky, but the sky was dark, covered by the bodies of the world-destroying white apes. At this moment, a golden light lit up in the darkness. Like the brilliance of the sun, Liuro subconsciously opened his eyes wide. What he saw were two young faces. The kingdom's sword saint smiled at this moment, as if he saw an insignificant flower of hope blooming. Teacher, it's time to wake up. Peace between man and nature's voice sounded. The kingdom's sword saint, whose body was already numb to the point that it was difficult for him to even lift a finger, couldn't help but smile bitterly. As a student, only you can torture yourself to death like this. Even so, at this moment, a small ray of light separated from the huge golden sword light and went directly into the kingdom's sword saint's body. Bathed in this weak radiance, a new energy actually began to surge towards Liuro's four limbs. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Then, with a deep roar, under the urging of this new energy, he instantly forced back the white jade stone ape that was holding him. The bleeding from the wound seemed to have stopped. The kingdom's sword saint once again lifted the long sword that had accompanied him for many years. Then, I'll add fuel to the fire for you. Peace between man and nature. Watch carefully. This is the last time I'll show you my sword technique. In the loud shout, the kingdom's sword saint surged with endless fighting spirit and charged toward the white jade ape. This won't be the last time. The loud shout sounded again, but this time it was Ji Lian's voice. Under his lead, the two people with huge sword light in their hands charged into the sky at the same time. What do you want to do? The kingdom of peace between man and nature asked in a different voice. Ji Lian looked at the ground, and the childishness on his face seemed to have completely disappeared. In an instant, the kingdom of peace between man and nature seemed to see a trace of King Amos in Ji Lian. History, eras, should never be guarded by one person. Ji Lian's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be able to spread out. The entire ruined royal city, at this moment, his voice rang out. This is an era that belongs to all of us. If we want to protect it, then we should all protect it together. The huge sword light suddenly released a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance was like a meteor shower, densely and continuously falling to every corner of the royal city. Glory belongs to everyone. Accept the mark of glory. Together, we will create a new era that truly belongs to us. The brilliance entered everyone's body. When he was pressed to the ground by a white jade stone ape and no longer had any vitality to speak of, Messen Tianyan decided that instead of dying in the hands of the enemy, he would rather die heroically and die together with the enemy. However, at this moment, the brilliance entered his body. Nan Xiaonan felt a sense of despair, as if she had done it 20 or 30 times in one night. But the guy on the bed still didn't intend to stop. So King tired. Is this guy a Tauran? His endurance is so good. This big guy in front of me. What kind of broken goddess blade is this? It can't even break through this big guy's defense, right? She felt something hit her from behind and suddenly pierced into her body. She was full, satisfied, and even energetic. Come on, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Who's afraid of who? This is... Dr. Gore stared at his own hands in a daze. He looked at Tina, who was beside him in a daze, only to see that there was a hazy brilliance on Tina's body. Suddenly, Tina stood up and drew out her weapon. Without saying anything, she charged toward the army of white jade stone apes, as if she had gone crazy. Dr. Gores knew that she wasn't responding to the boy's voice. She was just venting the madness and uneasiness in her heart, as well as instinctively comforting herself that she didn't know what to do. Looking at the situation, we can't escape. Dr. Gores sighed, but he also slowly raised his weapon. The hazy brilliance on his body actually made his emotions rise continuously. In the end, this is also a kind of plague, the so-called light of hope. A big rock suddenly shattered, and Lily slowly walked out of the cellar. Her body was also suffused with a hazy brilliance. Lily subconsciously raised her head to look at the darkness in the sky. Mose, what's wrong with me? He stared blankly at his own hands. The people around him were also blankly looking around, but most of them raised their heads to look at the sky. One after another, the hazy brilliance slowly appeared on everyone's body. They were the professionals who came to the King's City to participate in this competition. They had mutated into crazy monsters, turned into giants that destroyed the palace, and were finally shot down. Although I don't know what happened, it seems like a bad guy wants to destroy our world. Let's just F***CK him up. I'll F***CK, this big guy as high as the sky to death first. Is there anyone who's with me? Exciting, exciting. If I don't die today, I can go back and brag about it for the rest of my life. More and more professionals who had fallen down and were unconscious slowly stood up from their terrible injuries, as if they were passing on fire. In the ruins of the King's City, streaks of hazy brilliance appeared and spread at a terrifying speed to those who stood up. These are... Yang Jian's true soul was the secondary main force that limited Emo San Yuan Hong's mobility. Most of it was Boss Luo's fragments. Although it was strenuous, he was much better off after being reduced to a secondary main force. Which professionists, how could they? Old Tang's voice sounded. Glory. Yang Jian's true soul muttered. It's the origin will of this small world, sure enough. It hasn't been completely destroyed by the mountain river painting. What are you talking about? Yang Jian's true soul quickly said. Tang Tianlin, remember what I told you. I'm going to act. There's only one chance. You have to grasp it. Old Tang thought about it for a while, then finally probed with his thoughts. True Lord, can't you carry on the spirit of hard work, exert your own initiative, grit your teeth, and squeeze out one more attack? I can. Yang Jian's true soul directly answered. Really? Old Tang was overjoyed. If you don't mind being turned into ashes and never reincarnated, I can attack again, Yang Jian's true soul said calmly. What are you waiting for? Come on. Once is enough, I'll grasp it. Old Tang sat up straight and made a solemn promise. You guys are trapped in a chessboard, and you don't even know that your lives and fates are being controlled. It was like passing on fire. A small light was so small that it couldn't be seen by the world destruction, white apes, huge body that could shake the world. However, when these small lights began to spread on the ground and spread at a terrifying speed, they eventually turned into an ocean of light. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and even more. The tiny humans were charging towards it, trying in vain to shake the sky-high body with their tiny bodies. This venerable one is this world right now. You all deserve to die. Boom, boom, boom. Above the endless red demon clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dark sky seemed to have lost its supporting pillar and was about to collapse. This was the true moment when the sky collapsed. However, the people on the ground still charged up dauntlessly. Some people fell, but the people behind them caught them, pulled them up, and charged up again. They didn't give up halfway, and they didn't retreat, even if their bodies were destroyed by the lightning in the process. They still charged forward dauntlessly, as if they were endless. Willpower. I've seen this scene before. On the ground, Nan Xiaonan, who was standing on the back of the gigantic white jade stone ape, raised her head and looked at the scene of the sky collapsing. She muttered to herself, "I've seen it before. I've also experienced it before in my world. What made you guys so crazy? I know, for an unreachable hope. I originally thought that I would forget this scene. Forget it forever. I've also participated in it." Prama, S goddess blade at this moment was emitting a 7-colored radiance from Nan Xiaonan's hand. Nan Xiaonan lifted it up and muttered to herself, "So it's not that I can't use it, it's just that I never wanted to use it." With a chuckle, Nan Xiaonan showed a fanatical look on her face, turning into a 7-colored radiance. Nan Xiaonan instantly breaks through the sky. Her undying soul that came from the void dimension instantly combusts. Big head, Mo. Look at who I am. You idiot taught by your trashy mother. Wake up for me. Like a heavy hammer, Nan Xiaonan drove the goddess blade to summon the divine power of Prama once. She slammed the divine power into the head of the world destruction white ape. The impact was as heavy as a meteorite, and it made Mo Xin Yuan Hong's consciousness chaotic. Why is there a void god here? Before his consciousness was chaotic, Mo Xin Yuan Hong couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Who are you looking down on? I'm a star creation great teacher of a world, and a witch who once ended the world. F***CKU. She slammed it again. After this collision, Mo Xin Yuan Hong, who was originally in a state of chaos, suddenly saw stars. Instantly, his footsteps became unstable, and this huge body that was like the sky started to sway, as if it was going to fall down. Nan Xiaonan released the divine power for the second time, and Prama's blade was broken instantly. Her whole body seemed to be hollowed out, and she fell to the ground from the end of the sky. I've played too much. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh bitterly, as if mocking herself. Why did you risk your life? Don't you know what you're capable of? Anyway, Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath and shouted hoarsely, "Help!" Fall. It was like standing on the surface of a calm, mirror-like water. This was the inner world of the Golden Armor General. The inner world. The world of consciousness. Everything was fine. It was as if he could see the reflections of many familiar faces in the mirror. He was the only one standing here, the King of Yamos. He knew that the body of the Golden Armor General had reached its limit. This limit could no longer be broken by human strength. However, the last soul arrow couldn't be condensed. Humans are still small. King Amos looked up at the world-destroying white ape, which was also a huge monster for the whole world. We're so insignificant that even if we just want to control our own lives, it's a luxury. He slowly exhaled. Are you going to give up everything? Your Majesty? The voice seemed to come from behind King Amos, behind him on the left. He knew that it was the voice of the mysterious follower, Mr. Luo. Isn't it a pity to give up since we've come this far? King Amos chuckled. However, his body of consciousness, suspended above the calm water mirror, was faintly unstable and began to shatter little by little. Indeed, it's a pity. Before the end, this time, the voice seemed to come from behind King Amos on the right. Look, King Amos said in a deep voice, those souls who are still struggling. There will always be a time when all humans are fighting for a common goal. You should know that when such a time comes, it means that the world has reached its limit. The voice sounded from all directions around King Amos. In this space of consciousness, King Amos saw many Mr. Luo. They appeared around him, in front of him, and even above him. They turned upside down. Even under the calm water surface, they turned upside down. It was as if this place had become an infinite space. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at him at the same time. "This is a good thing," King Amos said slowly. At the same time, he stretched out his hands. In the world of consciousness, a longbow covered in light slowly fell into King Amos's hands. He held it and slowly pulled the bowstring. Pulled it open. "This is a good thing," King Amos said softly. "If we cross it, there will naturally be a new world. If we can't cross it, it can only mean that we can only stop here. All the unwillingness, all the pain should be buried. It's better than self-destruction." "You're right." King Amos silently looked at the endless eyes in front of him. "You're right." He smiled gently. The longbow in his hand was pulled to the maximum. A light arrow appeared on the bowstring. In the world of consciousness, King Amos raised it. "If you don't say it, I'll take it as yes. After all, the so-called king has always been so capricious." The bowstring was released. The light arrow shot out. It instantly shot through this world of consciousness. The countless figures that were looking at King Amos seemed to be annihilated along with the shattering of this world of consciousness. "Not bad. Not bad." Boss Luo slowly opened his eyes and turned around. Behind him, at this moment, the body of the golden-armored warrior was instantly shattered. However, a condensed light arrow had been shot out from total annihilation. The moment it was shot out, total annihilation was completely shattered. Without this light arrow, it whistled and soared into the sky. "It's really not bad." Boss Luo smiled slightly. After the golden-armored warrior was shattered, it turned into specks of starlight and instantly gathered. Then it merged into Luocho's palm and finally became a small light ball. "You go too, Araya." Boss Luo finally said softly, "If you want to deal with this king, you're still a little lacking." The swaying world destruction white ape suddenly stabilized at this moment. Mo's Yuan Hong's voice sounded angrily again. "No one can stop this king." It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the world. The whole world shook crazily at this moment. The sky cracked at this moment, and the body of the world destruction white ape expanded again at this moment. His swollen body finally broke through the seal of the mountain river lock. "Yang Jian, this king won. Die!" At this moment, a meteor-like flash streaked across the dark earth. This meteor instantly cut through the demonic clouds, broke through the sky, and noiselessly shot towards the end of the world. "Yang Jian! Yang Jian! Yang Jian! Ah!" After the meteor flashed, Yuan Hong, the violent body of Mo Zin, stopped in an instant. At this moment, Yang Jian's true spirit turned into a flowing light and rushed towards Mo's Yuan Hong's body. It directly crashed into the body of the world destruction white ape. "Tang Tianlin, now is the time. This king is going to make a move." A fine crack started to appear on the world destruction white ape's chest. Then, the fine crack started to spread like lightning on the surface of the world destruction white ape's body. It was as if a tree of thunder had grown out of it. Yang Jian," Mo's Yuan Hong said with a trembling voice. This king, this time, this king is just a little bit." Rumble. Dazzling light directly shot out from the countless cracks on the body of the world destruction white ape. This unimaginably huge body directly collapsed between heaven and earth at this moment. When the light was too strong, it could really swallow all sight. A completely white world instantly appeared. In the rapid fall of the body, Tang Tianlin regained consciousness again. He even regained control of his body. Erling Shin? However, there was no response to Left Hand's call. Old Tang frowned at this moment, only to see a light ball floating in the sky. This is the broken core of the mountain river diagram. Tang Tianlin shivered at this moment and was about to reach out and grab this broken core. Yan Jian! All of a sudden, a violent roar sounded. Tang Tianlin immediately turned pale with fright. He saw that high up in the sky, Mo Xin Yuanhong was like a man made of blood, and the blood vessels all over his body had long turned crimson red. Yang Jian! It was no longer the world-destruction white ape, and had already returned to the original size of Mo's body. At this moment, it could still move only because of its resentment. Tang Tianlin opened his mouth. Speaking of which, before all this happened, he seemed to have been chased and beaten by Mo's. What a vengeful spirit! Old Tang smiled bitterly and was having a headache thinking about how to deal with it. However, at this moment, a golden sword light pierced through the sky under the control of the two young men, Ji Lian and the peace between man and nature. When the golden sword light passed by Mo's Yuanhong in an instant, it directly swept away his resentment. Mo's instantly fell to the ground, but it didn't stop. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. He saw that the golden sword light directly pierced the broken core of the mountain river diagram. The sword went, and the core broke. Tang Tianlin opened his mouth at this moment, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched the core that Yang Jian had asked him to pick up disappear just like that. Well, I've been busy for nothing. Old Tang shook his head and simply opened his hands, and then his body fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. This was a very long process. The scenery here is not bad. What he saw was a broken world. The red demon clouds began to disperse little by little, and the night sky that reappeared was already white. From the beginning of the King City competition until now, one night had passed, but the sun hadn't risen yet. However, this was no longer the darkness before dawn, because the darkness had been broken. The hazy light on people's bodies began to fade gradually. The golden sword light slowly disappeared into the horizon. Two young figures slowly landed in the ruins of the former king's palace. As soon as they landed, the peace between man and nature quickly rushed forward. There, Tian Yunshin was currently looking after the sword saintly Yuluo, who was lying on the ground. From the looks of it, this sword saint of the kingdom was already a lamp without oil. At this moment, Ji Lian wanted to go up and say something, but he felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he could only hesitate and stay where he was. The white flame on his forehead was now disappearing little by little. When this white flame appeared, Ji Lian would feel that his mind was incomparably clear, and even his personality would change a little. But when it was extinguished, Ji Lian felt that he was still the youth in the weapon shop. It seemed that something was different, but also that nothing was different. A wave of dizziness came over him, and Ji Lian shook his head hard. He took a deep breath and looked up at the broken world around him. In the distance, a flickering light instantly attracted his attention. Ji Lian opened his mouth, that is, flipping over the broken walls and jumping over the broken houses. Ji Lian ran through the once bustling streets of the King City. At last, he was surprised to find that he had returned to Locke's weapon shop. The signboard was still here, but only a small piece of the signboard was left. Ji Lian bent down to pick it up, took a deep breath, and walked into the ruins of the weapon shop. In the courtyard where he had lived for many years, Ji Lian saw a thin figure. He was currently standing in front of a crystal pillar. This was the pillar where the Highland Princess was sealed. The person standing in front of the pillar was King Amos. Speaking of which, even though you've been living here all this while, this is the first time you've seen her, your mother, with your own eyes, the Yamos king said softly as he slowly turned around. You. Ji Lian subconsciously walked forward, but after a few steps he subconsciously stopped. You are really You don't have to call out a name that you are not ready for, King Amos said with a smile. This should be something that I can't hope for. King Amos's body gradually faded. He was now like smoke dispersing with the wind. Your body. Ji Lian rushed up at once. I'm just here to give you a proper farewell. King Amos's eyes gradually softened. I think, whether it's me or you, should also need this farewell. Ji Lian was silent. I don't want to say sorry. King Amos said at this time, there are some words that I want to tell you one last time. You should listen. You can say it, Ji Lian said with difficulty. At this time, he suddenly missed the flame of death very much. In that case, he might be able to deal with the current situation better. You don't have to miss anyone who has left. King Yamos looked at Ji Lian with a smile. Our era is over. The wealth, knowledge, and wisdom that humans have accumulated over countless years have been exhausted in this war. We have consumed everything that you should have enjoyed, leaving you with a devastated world. Ji Lian nodded and said, Our era is over. The wealth, knowledge, and wisdom that humans have accumulated over countless years have all been exhausted in this war. That's terrible. Ji Lian said with a bitter smile. Yes, it is terrible. The Yamos king chuckled as well. But it's actually not that bad. It's precisely because everything has been exhausted. All the rules, all the established and conventional things have been broken. You are free to choose the way you think is suitable for you to live. You don't have to bear any burden, because this is a new world from scratch, a new era that you should create. Can I? You can't. King Amos said softly, but you can. With the imagination of the people of the old era, we can imagine the future that you can create. We need guidance. Ji Lian opened his mouth and subconsciously reached out to King Amos. Guidance. The Yamos king smiled. All right, I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you can't find a few good brothers who can take the blame for you, try not to provoke women who aren't easy to deal with. Ji Lian's expression changed slightly. The Yamos king smiled faintly as he slowly retreated, until his body finally faded into the crystal pillar. So, Ji Lian suddenly knelt on the ground. You are Uncle Zayart, the one who has been accompanying me, telling me adventure stories, bringing me gifts. There has always been someone watching me. Chapter 1899. Wah, wah. The sound of crying came from the sky. When she was about to hit the ground, Nan Xiaonan suddenly became flustered. Her monsters were all kneeling down, and she couldn't summon any of the demonic figure. What was worse, she couldn't slow down her falling speed. She could even foresee that her body would become a pile of meat paste. She was going to die. She was really going to die. At the moment of landing, Nan Xiaonan had to close her eyes. However, the expected impact didn't come. Nan Xiaonan was startled and opened her eyes, only to find that her body had been covered by a layer of soft circular film. Like a balloon, the film offset all her impact. Finally, under the effect of this spherical film, Nan Xiaonan's body bounced on the ground. After a burst of dizziness and tumbling stomach, the sphere finally stopped. Nan Xiaonan rolled out of the sphere's membrane, and just as her hands were about to touch the ground, she couldn't help but open her mouth and vomited out a rainbow-like mosaic of things. Vomit. It was earth-shattering, even more uncomfortable than a continuous, deep throat. The academic, which in her child world couldn't help but shed tears and snot automatically. Wipe it. Thanks. She subconsciously reached out and took something. Looking down, she found it was a white handkerchief. Mr. Luo. Sure enough, it was you who saved me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. In front of Nan Xiaonan, Boss Luo just smiled casually. Well done, especially when you used Prama blade at the end. It made me see a completely different Lady Nan, quite beautiful and moving. In her impression, it was completely different from some of the previous polite compliments. Nan Xiaonan didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to see something strange in Mr. Luo's eyes at this moment. She always felt that it was a kind of gaze that wanted to own her. She had a feeling of becoming a little white rabbit. Oh no! Did this indescribable existence suddenly change his sexual preference and began to crave her body? Thank you for your compliment. Nan Xiaonan was now trembling with fear. Mr. Luo, What about my exam this time? What exam? Boss Luo blinked at this time. Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth with a sad face. She wailed, Mr. Luo, you can't abandon me. I've become like this. I see. Boss Luo suddenly murmured. Seeing this, Nan Xiaonan's heart couldn't help sinking directly. Oh no, was I really so unlucky to meet the ultimate scumbag in the void? But the other party was an indescribable existence, even if he really wanted to scumbag. She had no way to resist except to open her legs for him. Just when this subworld's academic, which was feeling uneasy, Boss Luo suddenly said, Lady Nan, are you interested in becoming the new goddess of this world? Goddess. Goddess what? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but be startled. To be specific, Boss Luo thought for a while and said, It should be something like an agent, more accurate. Agent? Nan Xiaonan was stunned. Who's going to be an agent? Are you going to teach me to take care of this world? Nan Xiaonan's heart suddenly jumped. There was such a thing. After completely conquering an entire subworld, turning it into the origin of one's legend, letting the whole subworld spread its legend, becoming the only one in this subworld, then using this as the foundation, continuously spreading to other subworlds. But generally speaking, this was a high-level game that at least powerful people in the void could play. She, as an immortal, seemed to be good, but in fact she was still far from it. Not me. Boss Luo shook his head. I'm talking about the original will of this world. Nan Xiaonan instantly opened her mouth, but without thinking, she said directly, I refuse. Why? Boss Luo said curiously, You will become the only goddess of this new world. As long as you manage it well enough, you will even exist forever. But Nan Xiaonan said seriously, I will also become the slave of the original will of this world. I can't and I won't. If you refuse me, aren't you afraid that it will end here between us? Boss Luo suddenly said expressionlessly, I am afraid. Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. But no matter how afraid I am, I can't cross my own boundary to do something. Even if it really ends here, I can only admit that I'm unlucky. I understand. Boss Luo smiled and nodded. Okay, Nan Xiaonan sighed. After leaving this world, I will leave immediately and find a place to hide. I will try my best not to appear in front of Mr. Luo again. Why? Boss Luo didn't understand and asked. Nan Xiaonan said helplessly, I offended you, and I know that you are involved in the change of the original will of this world. I am afraid that you will kill me, so I can only hide, or else what can I do? I can't just open my legs and give it to you for free, right? Is struggling my last dignity? This is for you. Boss Luo suddenly threw something to Nan Xiaonan. When something was thrown to them, they would always subconsciously reach out to catch it. This was a bad habit from the depths of the soul. It seemed that these souls that had become void creatures couldn't avoid it. What is this? Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked at the thing in her palm. She found that it was a key. Is this? This is the key to the door of my workplace. Boss Luo said softly, Let's make a promise. When one day you can find a door that can be opened with this key, I will take away your freedom, and at the same time give you the freedom you want. Of course, you can also choose not to look for this door forever. The decision is yours. She subconsciously held the key in her hand and was silent for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she found that Mr. Luo had disappeared. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but mumble to herself, What decision is mine? At least give me a hint? Or else how am I going to find it? He didn't want me to find it at all, right? Even so, Nan Xiaonan still put the key into her servant's pocket without saying anything. But soon, she felt that it was not enough to be at ease, so she took out the key and put it into her collar. Only then did she feel relieved. At this moment, a beam of light directly fell from the sky and fell on Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan was stunned, and a feeling of being rejected by the world arose spontaneously. She bowed her head and thought for a while, and then she knew what had happened. Finally, I can leave. Tang Tianlin had landed safely on the ground. Although the final attack from Yang Jian's soul of true spirit had almost exhausted all of his strength, if he had died, it would not have been a good thing for Yang Jian's soul of true spirit. In the end, it left him with a little strength to survive. But Tang Tianlin could not retrieve the damaged core of the mountain river diagram. Moreover, the core was directly pierced by someone. With the core destroyed, Tang Tianlin had no idea what would become of the mountain river diagram in the end. This was something that was beyond his knowledge. However, one day in the future, Yang Jian's true spirit would wake up in his left hand again. It would be very difficult to explain to him. He shook his head, but suddenly he heard the sound of someone humming. Tang Tianlin followed the sound and climbed up a broken wall. What he saw was a figure, gradually fading away. This was the woman he casually saved in the palace, Laura of the Dragon Clan. Tang Tianlin looked at Laura's back, gradually disappearing in the ruins at this time, and felt somewhat pitiful and also somewhat fearful. She held the head of the young Wali and finally disappeared in the ruins of the king's city. At this moment, a beam of light fell on old Tang's body. He also disappeared with this beam of light. Almost half of Moses' body was buried in the soil. At this time, someone was trying to pull him out of the soil with all their strength. After a few tugs, Mose finally opened his eyes slowly. "You're awake." Mose heard the voice and looked at the person in front of him who was trying to pull him out. "Lily, and why are you here?" Moses' face was full of doubts. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the cellar and wait for me to come back?" Lily and fiercely slapped Moses' head at this time and said fiercely, "You idiot! You used such a big stone to block the cellar. There was no food or drink in there. If you didn't come back, I could only starve to death in there. But you're out now." Mose was shocked. "How did you come out? You really don't remember anything?" Lily and looked at Moses' eyes at this time. Mose pondered for a moment, and then suddenly shouted, "Damn it! I'm going to beat up the bastard who touched my mother." "My mother said that men can't touch women casually. If they touch, they have to take responsibility. If that bastard takes responsibility, I'll have a cheap father. No. I, Mose, am an indomitable spirit. How can I call a bastard father? Lily, and use more strength. I'm almost out. After you help me out, I'll beat that guy to death, and then I'll take you home to sleep. I'm awesome. My mother said that we must sleep before a big battle. We didn't have time to sleep before, so we have to make up for it. You. Why don't you go to hell?" The blushing female knight slapped Moses' cheek, stomped her foot, and turned away angrily. "Hey, Lillian, where are you going? You haven't helped me out yet. I can't go up or down like this. It's uncomfortable." Mose hurriedly said, "I'm really uncomfortable." Lillian had already run far away and didn't look back. Mose scratched his head and looked around blankly. "Where am I?" Sang air. At this moment, an extremely familiar voice rang in Emo Sang's ears. It was the voice of Gong's son, Ernyang. Mother, where are you?" "Sang air, I'm going to a place far away. Take good care of yourself in the future." "Mother, where are you going? When will you come back?" "Mother, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. I have 2 wives at home. They'll take good care of me. Don't worry. By the way, Mother, when I come out, I'll help you beat that bastard to death." "Mother, wait for me. I'm coming out." Mose shouted wildly and used all his strength. Finally, he crawled out of the mud little by little. He was covered in mud, but he was very excited. "Mother, do you see me? I'm out." "Mother, where are you?" "Mother, you want to play hide and seek with me, right? I'll find you soon. Haha." Mose began to lift up the surrounding rocks in high spirits and seriously searched everything around him. A white beam of light disappeared behind him. "Mother, don't leave Sang air alone." The sound of footsteps rang out behind him. Boss Luo. Ji Lien didn't look back. He just sat on the ground silently, looking up at a crystal pillar in front of him. The Highland saint was sealed in it, and her smile was still clear. "It's strange," Ji Lian said in a low voice. "I seem to be able to accept the experience during this period." "How do you feel after you accept it?" Like a friend, the person behind him walked to Ji Lian's side, looking down at him. "Feeling." Ji Lian raised his head and thought for a while. "In fact, I don't have any idea. To be honest, it's like even if the sky falls, I can use it as a quilt to cover it." He shook his head. "I don't know. Think about it slowly. There should be enough time for you to figure it out." "Yes, I will." Ji Lian nodded, looking at the mysterious young man in front of him. From the beginning, when he helped him pick up the kitchen knife made by his father, it seemed to be the beginning of the story. A wonderful, magnificent, and sudden mythical story. "May I know who you are, Mr. Luo?" Ji Lian asked expectantly. "A traveler." Ji Lian was startled, and suddenly said, "I have a feeling that you are leaving, right?" "Almost." Boss Luo nodded. "The journey will come to an end after all." "Can we meet again in the future?" Ji Lian asked curiously. Boss Luo smiled, and suddenly reached out his hand, pointing at Ji Lian's chest. Ji Lian was startled and subconsciously looked down, only to see a soft white light flashing in front of his chest. He quickly reached out and took out a necklace made of string. The necklace was connected to a pendant. This was a gift from Uncle Zayart, the king of Yamos, before all of this had happened. "This is," Boss Luo said indifferently. "This world hides an artifact called Mountain River Map. This is the last thing that can help you find it." Mountain River Map. Ji Lian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "You want me to find it?" "It's just a suggestion." Boss Luo smiled at this time. "If you want to be an excellent adventurer, you may as well give yourself a goal." "Haha." Ji Lian shook his head. "That is to say, there is no chance to meet again." "No," Boss Luo suddenly said at this time. One day, when you can know another name that also belongs to you, we may meet again." "Another name that also belongs to me?" Ji Lian couldn't help opening his mouth. "What do you mean? What name?" In his eyes, Boss Luo's figure gradually faded away. Ji Lian looked at this scene in surprise, but soon he felt relieved. In the end, he suddenly heard Mr. Luo's last words. "That name is Mo Xiaofei." When Ji Lian returned to the ruins of the palace, he saw peace between man and nature sitting motionlessly on the ground. Before he left, peace between man and nature seemed to be sitting like this, sitting beside the kingdom's sword saint, who had passed away. Only Tianyan Xan was here to accompany him. Ji Lian finally came forward, stretching out his hand and patting peace between man and nature's shoulder gently. Peace between man and nature turned his head. Ji Lian said, "I say, are you still going to take me to the highland?" Peace between man and nature opened his mouth. Behind Ji Lian, many people who had survived the disaster walked out one after another without anyone noticing. They had gathered together naturally. Where there were people, there would be more and more people. Let's go to rebuild the highland. Peace between man and nature finally showed a beautiful smile, and we won. Chapter 1900. Data reloading. Removing divine creature plugin. Human creativity benchmark increased by 5%. Magic creature reproduction rate increased by 10% at the World Summit. In this atmosphere that overlooked the entire world and allowed the ground to be seen with the naked eye, the white-clothed Alea was holding a sphere of blue light in her hands. His eyes, which were like electronic eyes, flashed with various streams of data. "You just got back the management rights of this world, and you're already working. Don't you want to take a break?" The white-clothed Araya welcomed someone who could interrupt her work at will. She could only stop what she was doing temporarily, because, in her understanding, responding to the person in front of her was the top priority, no matter how unreasonable the reason was. She had to respond as soon as possible. "What can I do for you?" Root authority holder. Boss Luo tilted his head slightly and looked at her. He smiled and said, I'm going to leave here soon, but I've set up a door here. When I come again, will you welcome me? Door, the critical door, used to travel between subworlds. It was like the back door of the program. It could make it convenient for Boss to enter the world of any subsystem of the entire Araya system. The white-clothed Araya seemed to be in deep thought, and then gave such an answer. The route manager can be set up for me to make it convenient for me to welcome the route manager in a reasonable way. A reasonable way. Boss Luo was a little dumbfounded. If he could set up such a beautiful girl at will, would it be something to be happy about? How do you plan to rebuild this world? Boss Luo asked another question. Alea in white quickly replied, This is supposed to be the 7th reboot. However, the 7th reboot is not yet complete. I intend to fix the wrong parameters this time. For the time being, let's set this reboot as version 6. 5. There should be more details to be updated in the future. I need some time to do some calculations. Sounds like a lot of work. I've been working all the time. You've been working all the time. Boss Luo stepped forward and patted the white-clothed Araya's head. Thank you for your hard work. Well, I'm about to leave. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Candy, The promised candy. That, later, Boss Luo and the other servants left the chessboard world with a white beam of light. The white-clothed Alea once again picked up the blue ball in front of her and continued her reconstruction work. However, there was a small white rabbit creamy candy beside her. Like a satellite, it slowly revolved around the ball. Their bodies didn't really come to the world of the chessboard and then undergo reconstruction. Their bodies had been stored in a space similar to a mezzanine. The servant's body was completely another body, and it was just a projection of consciousness. However, when the servant left, it would automatically conduct a check. If the servant's ability was higher, the original body would be covered. But that was the ability of the mountain river diagram. The subworlds couldn't interfere with each other. Therefore, after the core of the mountain river diagram was completely broken, this ability seemed to have been terminated. In the banquet hall of the castle, the servant cards placed on the huge chessboard disappeared in an instant, and then a few white lights appeared. And then the winners of the chessboard game finally returned to the world where they were originally in. They appeared almost at the same time, and the originally cold and cheerless banquet hall instantly became a little more lively. When Boss Luo opened his eyes, the servant girl's smile instantly entered his sight. As if she had been prepared to be in the first line of sight, the servant girl gently lifted her skirt. You're back. Did you have a good trip? That was a greeting without any flaws. It was a good experience. Boss Luo smiled slightly and immediately added, I think if there is a chance next time I should take you with me. I miss Yu Ye's black tea and delicious food. They looked at each other as if there was no one else around. Nan Xiaonan felt that these two guys were so dazzling. What was going on? But compared to these two flash bombs, she was more concerned about the situation in the banquet hall of the castle. The situation here seemed to be quite strange. The surrounding looked like it had been burned by fire. There were a lot of grayish-black ashes on the ground. But what was more obvious was the two severely burned guys lying on the ground. According to the remaining clothing, it could be vaguely recognized that they were the twin maids' elder sister, Tiff, and Miss Gonglina from one of the 13 vampire clans. Even at this time, Miss Gonglina's body was being eaten by an old black dog. It seemed to be the black dog that Sneeve had been feeding. Besides, Tang Tianlin came back. At this moment, he was obviously in a state of confusion and nervousness. There were also Dr. Gores and Tina. Finally, there was Gong Sun Ernyang. She was standing alone by the window of the banquet hall. Her back was facing everyone, and she looked at the heavy rain outside the window with a worried look. Sister. Tina, the twin maid, recognized one of the burnt ones on the ground at once. It was her sister. She rushed to her immediately. At this time, Dr. Gorse quietly fixed his eyes on all the people in the banquet hall, but his footsteps were moving back little by little, little by little. "Mr. Gorse, where are you going? Are you going to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate your return?" Just when the family doctor of the castle was about to retreat to the side door of the banquet hall, Nan Xiaonan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. This made Dr. Gorse feel as if he had fallen into a huge abyss of crisis. He suddenly attracted everyone's attention, including Tina, who was checking on Tiff's injuries. Doctor, come and help me check on my sister. I beg you." "Okay, I'm coming." Dr. Gorse could only brace himself. Under everyone's gaze, he quickly walked to Tina's side, squatted down, and began to check Tiff's injuries absent-mindedly. "Oh, how could she be injured so badly? This can't be cured. It's very difficult to cure. Let me think about it. I need to send her to my treatment room immediately. Yes, Tiff needs treatment now. As a doctor, at this moment, my doctor's soul is burning." As he spoke loudly, Dr. Gorse directly carried the seriously injured Tiff and said seriously, "Nothing is more important than saving a life. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it later. Don't hinder me from performing my sacred duty as a doctor." At this time, Dr. Gorse's face was full of compassion. After carrying Tiff, he rushed out of the banquet hall without looking back. Tina hesitated and looked around. She gritted her teeth and followed him directly. "This is a talent." Nan Xiaonan rubbed her chin at this time and said seriously. She shook her head, knowing that these two guys couldn't make any waves even if they were here. After all, they were just poor guys who were enslaved by Wally. Now that the owner of the castle, Wally, couldn't get out of the chessboard, it meant that everything in the castle would fall apart. Chessboard. Thinking of the chessboard, Nan Xiaonan instantly looked at the chessboard placed on the table. At this time, the whole chessboard had become dim and was even completely petrified. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but touch the petrified chessboard. She felt her heart ache. This was a treasure that could devour a subworld, or even refine a subworld. It's destroyed just like that. This thing is rare, even in the void. This is just something like a teleportation device. The real Mountain River map is still in the world we've been to. Boss Luo waved his hand, and the petrified chessboard rose automatically without any wind. It was shrinking little by little. At its heaviest, it shrank to the size of a palm and fell into Boss Luo's palm. The chessboard closed up and finally became a small box. Then, under Nan Xiaonan's envious gaze, Boss Luo handed the chessboard box to Miss Maid. Right at this moment, a scream rang out. After the scream, it was followed by angry curses. You bastard! How dare you? How dare you swallow my body? Unforgivable." It was the voice of Miss Gonglina. Vampires usually had remarkable self-healing abilities. Vampires who were powerful enough could be reborn even if only their hearts were left. As the heir of one of the 13 noble families and a pure-blood noble, Miss Gonglina had undoubtedly reached the stage where she could be reborn with her heart. Even so, when she woke up from her serious injuries, she saw that half of her thighs had been bitten off by a lowly black dog. Miss Gonglina still couldn't accept it. How many pure-blood nobles in the inhuman realm were willing to spend a lot of money just to be trampled on by her beautiful legs? For this pair of perfect legs, she even bought a huge amount of insurance from the insurance department of the Magician Association. The management of her beautiful legs was even stricter. Miss Gonglina, who had just woken up, was so angry that she directly slapped Black Dragon and Black Hound away. Black Dragon and Black Hound didn't even have time to scream before they crashed into the wall. But at this moment, Miss Maid waved her hand, and the window curtains of the banquet hall flew out instantly and caught Black Dragon before it crashed into the wall. Even so, Black Dragon and Black Hound still fainted. Miss Gonglina's body was burned black. She sat on the ground and was much more clear-headed now. What happened before she fainted flashed in her mind quickly. At the same time, Miss Gong Lina's face became more and more panicked. That annoying woman. That damn woman. That horrible woman. Looking at Miss Maid, who was smiling at her, Gong Lina instantly shivered. The degree of fear even overshadowed the pain caused by her injuries. It seems that a lot of things have happened here. Boss Luo suddenly said after looking around. Something has happened, Miss Maid said lightly, like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Nan Xiaonan's eyes widened in an instant. So much? Moreover, Mr. Luo seemed to accept this explanation. Is this really the future boss's wife? I'm the heir of the Tsimish family. At this moment, Miss Gong Lina's unsteady voice interrupted Nan Xiaonan's guess about whether Miss Maid was the boss's wife or not. She subconsciously looked over and saw Gong Lina's lips were trembling. I'm the eldest daughter of the Tsimish family. If you deal with me here, it will be very troublesome. Nan Xiaonan furrowed her brows. Could it be that this so-called eldest daughter of the Tsimish family still intended to bluff at this time? But this appearance of hers didn't have any deterrence at all. What kind of trouble? Miss Maid said directly without expression. It was like a nightmare that she couldn't get rid of, the pain when she was burned by the black flame. At this time, Gong Lina was completely nervous and her brain turned quickly. No matter what, dealing with the heir of the 13 clans is equivalent to going against the entire clan. Of course, you won't care. But if you have to be harassed by the clan all the time, it will be very uncomfortable. This is not a threat. I just want to say that we don't need to be hostile. I can give you the chessboard, and I can also guarantee that the Tsimish family will not trouble you in the future. What happened in Wali Castle tonight is only known to the people who participated tonight. Sounds like a very good suggestion, Miss Maid said indifferently, but then she gently walked to Boss Luo's side. Behind him, the position of half a step. Unfortunately, it's not me who makes the decision. Learn from her. Nan Xiaonan, you should learn from her. This woman is 2F** king scary. Nan Xiaonan stared at Miss Maid's every move as if she was a celestial being. This beauty with long blonde hair was tightly wrapped, but when she stood in this position, which man didn't love her? I can give you the wealth of the Tsimish family, convenient friendship, eternal friendship, as if she had caught a life-saving straw. The eldest daughter of the Tsimish family quickly looked at Boss Luo. The 13 clans have a long history, and they have a great influence in the modern world and the inhuman domain. Miss Gong Lina, if you can, I hope you can answer some of my questions. Boss Luo said indifferently, I won't stop you from leaving. What questions? Gong Lina quickly said. Chessboard. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I heard that this chessboard was given to Mr. Varley by you. So, this chessboard, where did Miss Gong Lina get it? Miss Gong Lina was stunned and started to mumble. This question. She probably can't answer it herself. At this time, Gong's son Ernyang, who was standing alone at the edge of the window, suddenly said, Let me answer your question. As the first follower of chessboard, I think no one knows it better than me. As she spoke, Gong's son Ernyang slowly turned around. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but open her mouth and stare at Gong's son Ernyang. She didn't look like the wrinkled old woman in the world of chessboard. Although she wasn't young, she definitely wasn't old. She looked like she was in her early 20s, and she looked good. Is it strange? Gong Sun Ernyang looked at everyone indifferently. In the chessboard, it's the body of a follower. This is my original appearance. Tang Tianlin suddenly fell into deep thought, but the moment he met the eyes of Gong Sun Ernyang, he suddenly felt like there was a dagger at his back. The air seemed to be completely frozen, and he felt like there were thousands of sharp swords around him. Chapter 1901. But he didn't go any further. He just maintained the state as if he would be pierced into a hornet's nest if he moved even a little bit. Tang Tianlin could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Wally had said that as long as he could leave the chessboard, he would be able to obtain the corresponding power in the chessboard. However, Old Tang did not have the feeling of mastering so many sacred hearts in the chessboard. He had so many skills that he did not even know which one was the best to use. Poor! If it was because his physical fitness was higher than when he was a servant in the chessboard, he wouldn't believe it. Was it because of his left hand? But he was more inclined to believe that it was because the core of the chessboard was destroyed in the end, so the reward that would appear was erased. In short, the situation was very bad. He didn't know what Gong Sun Ernyang would do to him. Fortunately, after being locked by Gong Sun Ernyang's invisible sword, she didn't seem to pay attention to him, temporarily. At this time, Nan Xiaonan looked at Gong Sun Ernyang from head to toe and asked curiously, "Are you the first person to discover the chessboard?" Gong Sun Ernyang shook her head. "You can't say that. I can only say that I'm the first person to enter the chessboard as a servant. As for whether the chessboard fell into anyone's hands before that, and why it didn't trigger the game to start, I don't know. Maybe because the core of the chessboard itself was in a state of chaos before, and it just happened to be reactivated when I arrived." Nan Xiaonan nodded her head. This explanation was possible and could be justified. "Senior, where did you find this chessboard?" Boss Luo asked at this time. Gong Sun Ernyang thought for a while and said, "At that time, because of some worldly disputes, I hid in the inhuman domain for peace. If I remember correctly, the location of this chessboard should be in the territory of the 13 clans. Do you know that the territory of the 13 clans is penetrated by a huge crack? The Lost Crack." Boss Luo nodded. "Since you already know, I don't have to explain." Gong Sun Ernyang nodded. "I don't know." Nan Xiaonan just watched without saying anything. Gong Sun Ernyang said calmly, "There seems to be something terrible hidden in the Lost Crack. I didn't take a closer look. I heard that it was formed by the ancestor of the vampires after he died. However, I don't know if it's just a legend or a fiction, and I'm not interested in it. This chessboard was found in a cave near the family of this vampire. When I discovered the chessboard, I vaguely felt that it was somewhat extraordinary, so I kept it to study. Later, during one of my meditations, my consciousness was absorbed by the chessboard. At first, I traveled in the world of the chessboard in the form of my mind. Later, I descended as a servant." "Senior, are you going in directly?" Boss Luo suddenly asked curiously. Gong Sun Ernyang shook her head. "Of course not. Although I was a little arrogant that time, I wasn't arrogant. When I first traveled in the world of the chessboard, I felt the dangers in the world of the chessboard. Therefore, I made some preparations before descending." As she spoke, Gong Sun Ernyang, who was expelled from the Xianyuan Palace many years ago, suddenly looked at Miss Gong Lina, who was sitting on the ground and feeling uneasy. At this moment, Miss Gong Lina's expression changed strangely since Gong Sun Ernyang started to speak. She stared at Gong Sun Ernyang, and her eyes gradually turned into surprised disbelief. "What? Can't you recognize my voice, Gong Lina?" Gong Sun Ernyang suddenly said, "You are Yu." Miss Gong of the Simasai family opened her mouth, and her face was full of disbelief. "It's you, teacher!" The world of the chessboard was very dangerous, but the chessboard was undoubtedly a rare secret treasure. Back then, Gong Sun Ernyang was expelled from the Xianyuan Palace because of some mistakes, but she always wanted to go back to the place where she was born and raised as her home. The discovery of the chessboard gave Gong Sun Ernyang some ideas. She hoped to offer the chessboard to compensate for the rules she broke. Directly offering the chessboard might not be enough, but if she could explore the secrets of the chessboard world, the credit would naturally be greater. But after all, she was alone. If something happened in the chessboard, no one would know anything about her, and she would lose all senses of the outside world. Therefore, Gong Sun Ernyang felt that she at least needed someone who could serve her. Because the chessboard was found in the crack of the Simasai family, it was easy to find the materials. Gong Sun Ernyang at that time took a fancy to Miss Gong Lina, who was not like this at that time. At that time, although Gong Lina was also the successor of the family, her situation was not very good. Even the third son of the family, Wali, was not as good as her. Gong Lina, who was in a weak position, was quickly chosen by Gong Sun Ernyang, who needed someone to serve her. As for the first daughter of the family, she was in a weak position and urgently needed a strong external aid to improve her position in the family. So the two hit it off. Gong Sun Ernyang used some time to cover her face and appear in the family as Gong Lina's teacher. She not only dealt with her, but also secretly helped Gong Lina to gain some actual power in the family. After everything was arranged, Gong Sun Ernyang directly descended into the chessboard as a servant. Of course, I didn't have any expectations from the beginning whether Gong Lina would help you sincerely after I entered the chessboard. Gong Sun Ernyang said indifferently. After all, vampires are a race full of lies and deceit. I didn't have any expectations for her, but as long as she can get benefits from entering the chessboard, I think she will continue to play the chessboard game. She will enter by herself or send others to enter. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to know some things about the outside world from the servants who come later. At this time, Miss Gong Lina's face suddenly turned pale. If the fear of Miss Maid came from the terrible force that directly made her surrender, then the fear she showed to Gong Sun Ernyang at this time was more of the awe accumulated over the years. I've been sending people into the chessboard to find teacher. The eldest daughter of the Tsimus family trembled as she said, But ever since you entered the chessboard, the rules of the chessboard have been changing as if to perfect the rules. Later on, it became impossible to enter the chessboard freely. In the end, it became a game where both parties enter together. The loser even has to be punished, Gong Sun Ernyang snorted. She wasn't angry, but the dignity of a teacher was causing trouble. But this made Miss Gong Lina tremble instantly. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Gong Sun Ernyang's face. In the internal struggle for power in the family, many pure-blooded high-ranking nobles died strangely. The murderer was still unknown. Miss Gong Sun Ernyang had always been afraid of the mysterious teacher's means. But why did the chessboard end up in Wally's hands? Nen Xiaonan raised her hand at this time and asked in the inappropriate atmosphere. She felt that someone needed to ask at this time, so she spontaneously took this task. Was Mr. Luo a master, an indescribable existence? Because Miss Gong Lina wanted to say something at this time, but stopped. Gong Sun Ernyang let out a cold snort. Another beam of sword light shot out from her eyes, piercing into Gong Lina's eyes. Instantly, the vampire's eldest daughter felt a splitting headache. She hugged her head and rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. Yes, this was indeed Gong Sun Ernyang's style. She would beat people without any words, just like how she beat Queen Hilda without any mercy. I said, Teacher, I said, please, don't punish me anymore. I said. Miss Gong Lina kept wailing and begging for mercy. Gong Sun Ernyang waved her hand and said indifferently, Say it! I also want to know why the chessboard ended up in your brother's hands. Miss Gong Lina only felt that the headache had subsided a lot, and she said in horror, That year after teacher left, I didn't have a good time in the family, especially Wally. He gradually grew up, and the Grand Duke loved him very much. Some people in the family even thought that Wally was more likely to inherit the Grand Duke's position in the end. I couldn't watch my years of effort go to waste like this, Gong Lina said, looking at Gong Sun Ernyang in awe. Teacher said that the best way to destroy a person is to make this person arrogant, or let him lose his will to play around. So you gave the chessboard to him, your brother? Gong Sun Ernyang frowned. Gong Lina shivered and nodded. With the magic of the chessboard, as long as Wally tasted the sweetness once, he would definitely not get tired of it. He is a person with a strong desire to control, and he was born with a sense of anxiety. Since he was young, he must do everything according to his will. The rules of the chessboard match his character very well. You succeeded, Gong Sun Ernyang said indifferently. Gong Lina nodded. After getting the chessboard, Wally was not only addicted to this game, but he also became arrogant. He even challenged the Grand Duke with the chessboard. In the end, he angered the Grand Duke and was kicked out of the family. My purpose was considered to have succeeded. Are you stupid? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but roll her eyes at this time. The ability of the chessboard, if you use it well, can't it be compared to driving Wally out of the family? You are AD, and you still have room to grow, but you rushed to do the silicone surgery. As a result, there was a problem, and you had to cut it off and become an A. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but roll his eyes at this time. When did Nan Xiaonan become like this? Was the effect of amnesia really that big? Junior sister Nan, you weren't like this before. Where did the Nan Xiaonan who would blush as long as she talked to a man go? Gong Sun Ernyang frowned. She is not stupid, but smart. The chessboard fell into Wally's hands, and someone kept exploring the world of the chessboard for her to continuously obtain the resources inside. She only needs to wait for a suitable opportunity to harvest. Isn't it more convenient? And she can also get rid of a rival successor? Besides, she doesn't need to worry about when I suddenly appear. Or she even thinks that I have already died in the world of the chessboard, so she is so unscrupulous. Miss Gonglina was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. What Gong Sun Ernyang said was basically like that. How could she think that Gong Sun Ernyang could live until now, when the next game couldn't be started as long as the servant was still alive? Teacher, I dare not. Teacher. A wave of air instantly blew Gong Lina away, and she hit the wall, but soon Gong Lina, who had just hit the wall, was caught by Gong Sun Ernyang. Gong Sun Ernyang was also violent. At this time, she directly punched Gong Lina's abdomen. The eldest daughter of the Tsimus family instantly rolled her eyes, and she lost consciousness and fell to the ground like mud. Anyway, this girl is still a registered disciple under my tutelage. Gong Sun Ernyang looked at the crowd and said indifferently, if she has any problem, I will discipline her well, and it's not up to outsiders to gossip or beat her. Miss Maid said indifferently then. Gong Sun Ernyang frowned and said, it's good that she didn't die in the fight. If she lost, it's because she didn't learn well, and she can't blame anyone. But since she's under my name, I will deal with her myself, and it's not up to outsiders to decide. Just treat it as giving me face, and I will repay you in the future. Since this blonde beauty was with Luo, Gong Sun Ernyang naturally wouldn't underestimate her, because in her view, since Luo could have a relationship with the Shenyuan Palace and could even be related to Su Zijuan, she must have something extraordinary. However, Gong Sun Ernyang had always been this tough, and Gong Sun Ernyang was an outstanding member of the Gong Sun family since she was young. She was arrogant, and now she thought that she had restrained herself well. As for what happened in the chessboard, Gong Sun Ernyang only knew that Yuan Hong was defeated in the last battle, and his opponent at that time was Yang Jian, the legendary powerful figure. Moreover, Yang Jian's soul was temporarily attached to Tang Tianlin. As for how it was attached, Gong Sun Ernyang didn't know for the time being, but it allowed her to be well connected with everything that happened in the world of the chessboard. At that time, Mo's Yuan Hong had been screaming so loudly that it would be strange if the people on the ground didn't hear it, but there were probably only a few people who could understand it. Gong Sun Ernyang could obviously understand it, and she could imagine a lot of grievances. It must be Yang Jian, the legendary powerful figure, who defeated Yuan Hong's plan for so many years. That's right, the legendary powerful figure was naturally only a myth. The almighty of the BQG 50-200. Biz should deal with it. Besides, Luo was after all someone Her Highness knew. Although Gong Sun Ernyang was an exiled person from the Shenyuan Palace, she couldn't embarrass her too much. Now that the chessboard was destroyed, the chance for her to return to the Shenyuan Palace had become slim, and it was not worthwhile to make the situation worse. Miss Servant Girl just chuckled. A black flame burned Gong Lingna, so she naturally wouldn't care if another black flame burned Gong Lingna's teacher. It was just a black flame. When she was in a good mood, she didn't even bother to take action. When would she be in a good mood? When the master was there, she would be in a good mood. When the master was there, how could she take action without the master's permission? That was a dereliction of duty. We actually have no conflict with Miss Gong Lina. Boss Luo smiled at this time. She's senior student, so you should take care of her. I have something to tell you, Gong's son Ernyang muttered. It's about the Xianyuan Palace. Let's talk in private. At this time, the door of the banquet hall suddenly opened. Mr. Lisa, the steward of the castle, slowly pushed a dining cart and walked in. Everyone, I've brought the food. Sorry, there seems to be some problems in the kitchen, so the supper is late. At this time, Nan Xiaonan looked at the steward of the castle in surprise. Was Mr. Lisa's amnesia so serious that he couldn't figure out the situation of the castle at this time? Under everyone's different gazes, the steward slowly lifted the lid of the food on the dining cart. On the plate there was a head. It looked like the head of some kind of plant. Moreover, this head was actually 80 to 90% similar to Miss Gong Lina's appearance. The moment it appeared in front of everyone, the plant head on the plate suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 1902. The one who was most afraid was Miss Gong Lina. At this moment, she didn't know if her brother Wally's housekeeper would anger her temperamental and terrifying teacher. But, fortunately, Miss Gong Lina had already fainted from Gong's son Ernyang's punch to the stomach. But there was a strange head on the plate, and this head suddenly opened its eyes in front of everyone. This scene was as strange as it could get. The head of this plant was actually still alive, and the moment Lisa opened it, this plant head not only opened its eyes, it even stood up. At this moment, dense and fine roots grew out from the wound on the neck, directly pushing up the head of this strange plant. After that, the plant head that was 80% to 90% similar to Miss Gong Lina suddenly opened its mouth, and directly spat out a mosquito suck-like tongue towards Gong's son Ernyang. Gong's son Ernyang naturally didn't care about this level of sneak attack. She snorted lightly, and the suck-like tongue of this strange plant head was instantly cut into pieces by her protective sword energy. Ignorant. Gong's son Ernyang waved her hand, and after the protective sword energy took effect, she instantly waved her hand across the air. A ray of sword light flashed on Mr. Lisa's body instantly. This sword light could easily cut through gold and jade. Gong's son Ernyang also knew that she didn't show any mercy. But this sword light directly cut through Mr. Lisa's body and didn't hurt him at all. And at this moment, the strange plant head spat out a straw and actually rolled up Miss Gong Lina, who was on the ground, pulling her. This strange plant head instantly pulled Miss Gong Lina in front of itself. Seeing this, Gong's son Ernyang felt that she had lost some face, so how could she just let it go? In a flash, she leaped forward and aimed a fierce palm strike at Mr. Lisa's chest. The heavy palm directly imprinted on Mr. Lisa's chest and unexpectedly produced a sound similar to that of a boulder being slapped. However, this fierce palm attack actually didn't make Mr. Lisa retreat even half a step. Second Madame Gong's son was shocked. She jumped back and frowned as she looked down at her palm. She felt a faint numbness in her palm. When he slapped this guy's chest, it was as if he had slapped the dragon-breaking stone in front of the Xianyuan Palace's main hall. Hard. The hardness of this guy with 2 dark circles under his eyes was beyond Gong's son Ernyang's imagination. She suddenly wanted to test whether this guy's body was really that tough. She immediately gathered all the power in her body, gathered it on her finger, and pointed it out. This was the culmination of her highest level of skill, and it was the path of breaking through the surface with a single point. With a single finger, even ghosts and gods would be frightened. Because of Gong's son Ernyang's finger, there was a faint distortion in the air. Master, this person's attainment in martial arts is very good for human beings, Miss Maid said softly beside Boss Luo at this time. If Miss Maid said it was good, then it should be good. Anyway, Boss Luo had never seen these, the so-called high level of martial arts and attainment in martial arts. Boss Luo had always been at the level of a novice. Bang! Second Madame Gongsuen's finger directly touched Mr. Lisa's chest. This time, Mr. Lisa took half a step back, and the clothes on his chest were instantly torn apart. Second Madame Gong Sun let out a muffled groan at this moment. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her finger that was pointing at Mr. Lisa's chest was actually broken. This finger was completely bent at a 90-degree angle. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously swallowed her saliva and said, looking at second Madame Gongsuen's finger that was bent at a 90-degree angle, she really felt a dull pain in her finger. At this time, Mr. Lisa suddenly raised his hand at this time. Second Madame Gongsun was suddenly shocked and retreated at once. However, Mr. Lisa just waved his hand and patted his chest, and then said expressionlessly, "Everyone, the game is over and it's late. If you don't want to enjoy the night food, then go to the prepared room and have a rest. Please forgive me if I don't serve you well." After saying this, the butler pushed the dining cart and turned away. Only now did Nan Xiaonan realize that the head of the plant that had swept Gong Lina away had actually grown on Gong Lina's body. The head of this strange plant had directly taken root on Miss Gong Lina's back. At this time, Miss Gong Lina was actually crawling like a reptile, following behind the official Lisa and slowly advancing. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry sounded. It turned out to be Tang Tianlin, who was locked by second Madame Gongsuen's sword chi and didn't dare to move. At this time, Tang Tianlin's face was pale, and his face was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. He was grabbing his left hand. At this time, blood vessels appeared on his left hand, as if it was out of control, and the muscles kept twitching. Tang Tianlin, Nan Xiaonan asked tentatively. At this time, Tang Tianlin raised his head, looking extremely weak. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Thump! His entire body fell to the ground, and he had actually fainted. Seeing this, Nan Xiaonan had to bite the bullet and walked over. She was most familiar with Tang Tianlin, so she couldn't completely ignore him at this time. At this time, Boss Luo gave a hint with his eyes, and the servant girl who understood him walked over slowly before checking Tang Tianlin's condition. The servant girl of the club directly put on white gloves. Gong Sun Ernyang was in a much better state. She directly grabbed the broken finger and twisted it with force, which could be considered as fixing the finger back. I've never seen someone who can train his body to such a level. Second Madame Gongsun was surprised. This is even better than the Yellow Emperor's universe body in Shenyuan Palace. Maybe it's not because of training. Boss Luo suddenly said. Second Madame Gongsun looked at him, and her face was full of surprise. It's not because of training. Boss Luo didn't answer this question, but went straight to the servant girl. How is he? The servant girl had looked at him several times, and now she had a judgment. In order to protect himself, the brain automatically cut off the connection of consciousness. His left hand should have just experienced some intense changes, so it brought unbearable pain. It looks like it's about level 13 or 14. It hurts. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but gasp. What was the level of broken balls? He should be waking up soon. Miss Maid stood up at this time, took off the white gloves on her hands, and burned them with a wisp of black flame. Then she said indifferently, if you want to speed up, you can also try to give him some external stimulation. For example, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but ask. Miss Maid looked at Nan Xiaonan at this time and said, you can try to scratch his eyes with your fingers or pierce his nails with a needle. Nan Xiaonan suddenly blinked. How could this be called a little? Of course, soaking in liquid nitrogen can also work. Miss Maid thought at this time, but considering the principle of using local materials, cold water can also work. I can't fall into the hands of this woman. I'll die. I'll definitely be played to death. I'll lose my life. I'll see if there's cold water. Nan Xiaonan was sweating at this time. There should be a room. There must be. Then I'll count on you. Miss Maid smiled slightly. You're welcome. Nan Xiaonan showed a reluctant smile. She thought for a while and finally pulled up old Tang, holding his arm and hanging it on her shoulder. Wait, are you going to stay here? Gongsun Ernyang couldn't help but frown. Is there a problem? Boss Luo smiled. It's still raining outside. Even if you want to leave, it won't be too late to leave tomorrow when the rain stops. Suddenly, Gong Sun Ernyang felt that if she thought this mysterious young man was only related to Princess Su Zijuan of Xianyuan Palace, she was afraid that she was too careless. At this time, Boss Luo directly walked out of the banquet hall, followed by Miss Maid. Nan Xiaonan supported Tang Tianlin, looked at Gong Sun Ernyang, and then looked at the future boss, who kept walking. She smiled at Gong Sun Ernyang and then directly acted as a porter. Only Gong Sun Ernyang stayed in the large banquet hall. She looked at her fingers that were bent again, frowned, and finally swung her sleeves and finally walked out. The rain didn't stop. Looking at the rain, it might not stop until tomorrow. Nan Xiaonan withdrew her gaze from the window and then looked at Tang Tianlin, who was soaking in the cold water bathtub, to put on clothes. Will it really work? Nan Xiaonan was deeply skeptical about this. However, she was a great teacher of Xing Chuang, not a great priest of Xing Chuang. She didn't know much about healing and saving people. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, she felt that she had done her best. Then why are you here? At this time, Nan Xiaonan walked out of the bathroom of the guest room and looked at Gong Sun Ernyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed. She squinted. This old woman didn't go anywhere and directly followed in. Gong Sun Ernyang slowly opened her eyes and said indifferently, "This bastard insulted me, so I can't let him die so easily. I will torture him." Nan Xiaonan shrugged, yawning, and said, "Then do as you wish. I'm not that familiar with this guy. When he wakes up, you can drip wax on him or whip him if you want. It has nothing to do with me." Humph! This kind of thing can be called torture. Gong Sun Ernyang snorted coldly. "It's torture." Nan Xiaonan narrowed her eyes and smiled. "It's a special way of torture. Maybe it can make old Tang awaken some attributes that he didn't know existed." Gong Sun Ernyang felt that Nan Xiaonan was implying something, but she didn't understand. Gong Sun Ernyang couldn't help but frown and looked at Nan Xiaonan, who was about to push open the door and leave. She suddenly said in a low voice, "Wait, you can't leave." "Oh, Gong Sun Ernyang said indifferently, "I see that you are the only one who is familiar with this bastard." "This bastard? I want to know his background." Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and said, "Didn't he just touch you twice? Do you need to dig out his household register? You shouldn't implicate his wife or children. Although this guy is still single, this is not a good way to do things. You, get out." Gong Sun Ernyang snorted coldly. "Okay." Gong Sun Ernyang opened her mouth, but by this time, Nan Xiaonan had already slipped away. She lowered her head and pondered, then stood up and walked into the bathroom. Looking at Tang Tianlin, who was soaked in cold water, Gong Sun Ernyang's eyes flashed with a fierce, killing intent. Without saying anything, Gong Sun Ernyang directly raised her palm and pressed it on Tang Tianlin's forehead, with the intention of directly destroying Tang Tianlin's brain. But the moment she unleashed the power of her palm, a burning sensation came from her palm and instantly invaded her soul, causing her to involuntarily cry out in pain. Gong Sun Ernyang was shocked and retracted her hand, only to see an eye-like scar in the center of her palm. Gong Sun Ernyang was shocked and doubtful at this time, but she didn't make another move in the end. She murmured unwillingly, "Do you really want me to kill you?" Nan Xiaonan prepared several opening remarks for herself, and then shamelessly knocked on the door of the guest room where Boss Luo was. However, after knocking a few times, there was no response. She tentatively pressed her hand on the door handle. Suddenly, Nan Xiaonan's heart moved. She took out a key from her collar and gestured a few times at the door handle's keyhole. It didn't match at all. "How can it be so simple?" Nan Xiaonan shook her head, put away the key, and knocked on the door vigorously. "Mr. Luo, I don't have any tissue in my room. Can you give me some here? I need it urgently." Because she used too much force, the door was knocked open, or in other words, it wasn't locked at all. Nan Xiaonan at this time covered her eyes with both hands and knocked the door open. I'm in. I'm really in. He's not in. She peeked through the gaps between her fingers and looked around the room, but she didn't see anyone. She only found a steaming cup of black tea on the table. It seemed that he just left not long ago. Where the hell did he go? Nan Xiaonan furrowed her brows. After failing to find anyone, she had no choice but to find a box of tissues in the room and quietly slipped out. She really needed a tissue, but Nan Xiaonan, who was holding a tissue box, met a guy who seemed to have lost his soul in the corridor. Dr. Gores! It's you, Nelson's helper? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be resuscitating Tiff? Can't you save her? I saved her. Dr. Gores shook his head. But the situation is not optimistic. Whether she can survive tonight is the key. Nan Xiaonan said, Oh! Then what should she say? By the way, Dr. Gores suddenly said at this time, are you interested in having a drink with me? In the secret room at the end of the castle, it was the last place indicated by the magical map. The original cultivation cabin had already been destroyed, and the pedestal was now covered with black soil. Miss Gong Lina's entire body was now buried in the black soil except for her head. She was like a seed. The steward of the castle was carefully smoothing out the black soil around Miss Gong Lina and carefully wiping the dirt on her face. This should be the quiet tree in the land of elves, right? A voice sounded behind the steward. It was the voice of Boss Luo. The steward of the castle didn't turn back, but just nodded. In that world, the quiet tree was said to be born from an egg of the goddess of creation, Gloria, which fell into the dirty soil and was born. It symbolized the purity in the filth. Of course, it should be just a legend. With that, the steward slowly stood up, turning around. Actually, there is another legend about the quiet tree. I'd like to hear it. If it can be cultivated carefully, it will become an adult. The steward of the castle smiled. It will become the person you miss the most. Miss Gong Lina? Boss Luo asked curiously. My mother. The steward shook his head and then said, My sister looks very similar to my mother, just like twins. A vampire's lifespan is very long. So if Sister Gong Lina were to stand together with her mother who was able to maintain her youthful appearance, she would definitely be seen as such if she was still alive. So, you are the real Mr. Varley. Boss Luo smiled. The owner of the castle, right? Maybe, maybe not. The steward said indifferently, but Varley has died in the chessboard, which is a fact. Do you want to hear the story about Varley? I think. Boss Luo said softly. It should be the story that attracted me here. Then listen to my nagging. The steward nodded. Maybe I can't finish, because my memory is not very good, especially about this part of the memory. Chapter 1903. Madam's husband had died a long time ago. Madam and her husband had 3 children, the eldest son, the eldest daughter, and a younger son. The eldest son had been sent to live with the Grand Duke of the clan since he was very young. They all said that the eldest son was very talented and would be a very outstanding successor. Everyone thought so. Later, the eldest daughter also moved out because she had grown up. Recently, it was said that the eldest son and the eldest daughter seemed to have some quarrels. However, these were only small matters because they were fumbling on the road to maturity. Occasionally, there would be some differences in opinion. In the eyes of the adults, it was even a good thing. Only the youngest son had been living with the madam. Because the madam liked peace and quiet, they had been living on the lonely peak that could only be climbed by cables. After the eldest son and eldest daughter moved out, they would often return to the castle on the lonely peak to visit the madam. However, recently, it was said that the eldest son and eldest daughter's studies were more burdensome, so they came back less and less often. It had been almost half a year, and the eldest daughter and eldest daughter hadn't come back. Even though half a year was not very long for the long life of vampires, this seemed to be some kind of signal. The youngest son had also gradually grown up, and after he grew up, he looked more and more like his father. It was said that at the birthday party of the young master in April, he saw the young master who had grown up a lot. The Grand Duke even gave the young master a hug and said that the young master would definitely be as outstanding as his father in the future. Like his father? If the youngest son's father didn't die, then he would be the next successor of the clan, right? The Grand Duke even wanted to take the youngest son away on the birthday. Just like the eldest son, he wanted to bring him along and nurture him. But the madam didn't agree. This birthday party was not very pleasant. After a long time, the castle on the lonely peak seemed to have been forgotten. Except for the servants who brought supplies every once in a while, no vampires had come to visit for a long time. The madam loved her husband very much. To what extent did she love him? This madam even left another clan for her lover. In fact, when the madam was young, she was also one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation in her clan. To what extent did she love him? She would never allow anyone to take away her youngest child, whom she regarded as her life. No one could take this child away from her, because when she saw him, she would feel that her husband was not dead and was still by her side. The young master was already more than 130 years old. Because he was a pure blood, his appearance was similar to a 14 or 15-year-old human child. However, the madam still slept with the young master every night. She controlled almost everything of the little young master. What time to wake up every day, what to eat after waking up, how much to eat, what kind of clothes to wear during the day, when to bathe. When did he fall asleep? In the eyes of the servants in the lonely peak castle, the young master was more like a puppet in the madam's hands that could speak and move freely but had no freedom. But so what? It was impossible for the servants to speak their minds. The Grand Duke of the clan did not come, the eldest miss and eldest young master did not come, and the nobles outside did not come. But this place was still as quiet as before. The madam had always been by the little master's side. They felt that this kind of life would continue until when would it end? The little master would eventually grow up. He was the descendant of the great vampire that the Grand Duke had predicted. He would one day spread his wings like an eagle and fly away from this lonely peak. I won't let Wally leave me. She had to bring the little master back from the lonely peak castle. She could not let the little master be ruined by that woman. The madam's love for the little master had been twisted. Although it was not something to be ashamed of for vampires, it was not something that could be spread around casually. Since she had no intention to help Tsumisai's family, she should go back to her original clan. Perhaps this could ease the relationship between the two clans. The discussion about bringing the little master back to the clan castle began to become more and more. At first, no one knew who mentioned it, but later, the discussion became more and more uncontrollable. How much did it become? So much that the servants in the lonely peak castle would also discuss it quietly. So much that the little master himself had heard a lot. "Mother," they said, "that I have grown up. Maybe I should try to sleep alone? You are still young." The Grand Duke of the clan was the most anxious. He suddenly had a feeling that he was not in a good mood. His behavior was also slightly irritable, or rather very irritable. He used to eat in a very violent way. This had not happened for many years. This was probably related to an extremely terrible disaster that happened not long ago to the entire 13 clans. In this disaster, the 13 Grand Dukes of the 13 clans all suffered a heavy humiliation. Because of a guy. Who? Erex. It is said that he is the last dream-eating taper in the world. Is he very powerful? You should be able to guess it by looking at the Grand Dukes of the clans now, right? It was indeed very powerful. Since the last dream-eating taper in the legend made a big fuss in the 13 clans, the entire 13 clans became extremely nervous. Erex's name had become a name that could not be mentioned in the 13 clans. In the Tsumisai clan, the most urgent discussion about this person's name had completely overshadowed the opinions about taking back the young master. But today, the Grand Duke of the clan suddenly announced nervously that the young master must be taken back. Why? I saw the hope of defeating that despicable bastard in Wally. Wally is the most talented pureblood noble in the past 2,000 years in Simus. I don't agree. No one can disobey my order. I don't agree. If you control him, you will only obliterate his talent. I will never allow you to destroy the most outstanding offspring of my clan. In the castle on the Lonely Peak, there was a battle that day. The entire castle was razed to the ground. At the end of the battle, the Grand Duke took the young master away. Only the madam was left in the castle that had turned into ruins. She didn't die, but she was nailed to a white pillar carved with roses. You are never allowed to come back to this place. It was not allowed, but not allowed. Before leaving, the Grand Duke told the most outstanding offspring in an indisputable tone. But that night, the news of the madam's death came. My mother, she committed suicide. The butler of the castle recalled and said, "Of course, this is what the servant told me later. I don't know whether it is true or not." In the secret room where the quiet tree was cultivated, Boss Luo looked at Miss Gonglina, who was buried in the black soil. She seemed to be asleep, but her face had many fine roots like hair. "Don't you want to know the truth?" The servant girl suddenly asked. She asked on behalf of her master. The cultivation of a disabled person was obviously terrible to such an extent. My mother died in the castle. This is a fact that can't be changed. The butler shook his head. But if I can't respond to the Grand Duke's expectations of me, I don't think my future in the clan will be very good. My brother and sister don't like me very much. What about you? Boss Luo asked curiously. Do you like your brothers and sisters? How can I not like them? The butler said curiously, they are my relatives. Let's not talk about my brother for now. Sister Gonglina and my mother are very similar. In the early days when I returned to the clan castle, Sister Gonglina was responsible for taking care of me. The sister you like is now planted in the soil by you. The servant girl narrowed her eyes and reminded, "It can't be helped." The butler shook his head slightly and said, "The quiet tree is dying. Wally planted this tree for a long time. It's a pity to die like this." But even after so long, the quiet tree didn't produce the ideal fruit. I think that maybe the planting direction was wrong. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "When I was in the home of elves, I met a Mr. Wally. But at that time, another Mr. Wally existed in the present world, outside the chessboard as a master. I felt a little strange at that time. After meeting me, it's not strange anymore, right?" The butler said expressionlessly, "It's a little clearer." Boss Luo nodded. "It's a little clearer." The butler said coldly, "It's a secret. Even my mother doesn't know. It's like this. When some purebloods are born, they will automatically have some special abilities. It's like being favored by the goddess. When I was 120 years old, I awakened this special ability. I can split myself, whether it's my consciousness or my body." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "It's both a servant and a master." "That's right." The butler showed a rare smile. "The chessboard was given to me by Sister Gonglina on my other birthday. She should have her own plans, but I don't intend to reveal them. At that time, I did have a strong interest in this strange chessboard, but I didn't have any useful servants around me. The people around me were either my brother's people, my sister's people, or the people directly sent by the Grand Duke. But you belong to yourself. I think it's quite good." The butler smiled and said, "I don't need to rely on others, and I don't need to worry about others lying to me. Now that I think about it, the chessboard's rules are even tailor-made for me. At first, I found some crops from the farm of the clan to fight with me. After I familiarized myself with the game rules, I slowly looked for other guys, adventurers, magicians, orcs, and so on. There are all kinds of them. From then on, I came into contact with many things of the outside world. Some things, whether it's my mother, my sister, or even the Grand Duke, didn't tell me. Now that I think about it, it's quite happy. The days when I just started the chessboard game. Then the butler's identity as Lisa. Later, because of the chessboard game, I offended the Grand Duke and was ordered to be expelled by him. The butler thought for a while and said, "But there seems to be another meaning behind this." The Grand Duke's order to expel me seemed to be a kind of arrangement in advance. When I left, he told me in private, "Let me live as long as possible. The 13 families may experience a terrible disaster in the future. The Grand Duke of Zamixi has the ability to predict dreams." The servant girl looked at the butler in surprise. I said that when vampires are born, they have a certain chance to obtain some special abilities. The butler said calmly, "I don't know if the Grand Duke has awakened this ability. Even if he did, it's not strange. After all, I have this special ability. However, from the looks of it now, the 13 clans are indeed going through a terrifying calamity. The 13 Grand Dukes all died in a single day. It's easy to imagine how the 13 clans are like now. I think that if it weren't for this, Sister Gonglina probably wouldn't have chosen this time to meet me." "Oh, right, let's talk about Lisa's identity." Boss Luo smiled slightly. He felt that the butler's personality was very good. It should be during the Second World War in the modern world. The butler recalled and said there was a guy on the battlefield of Europa who had been smuggling drugs in the name of the army. House. Later, House accidentally found a magical corpse on one of his smuggling routes. He took the corpse away and used it for research. He also named it Perfect Man. It means perfect human. The reason why House and I knew each other was because of Gores. This guy is also a doctor. Sometimes he does need a lot of drugs for his research. House was also recommended to me by Gores. So we have some business dealings. In fact, this is not a rare thing. Many vampires who don't want to live in the inhuman domain will also train servants to serve them in the modern world. House is one of them, but this guy is very cunning. He has been keeping the perfect man as body. The butler thought for a while and said, "Later, this research seemed to be targeted by a mysterious force. They broke into House's laboratory and took away many research results, but they didn't get the perfect man. This time, House asked me for help and proposed to give the perfect man to me. Well, this guy's greatest ambition still couldn't resist the threat of death. Wally didn't want to give him the embrace, so he directly asked Gores to turn him into a ghoul. Now he should be completely dead, right? After all, the fire this lady set was a little too strong." Miss Maid smiled, not minding at all. "As for Lisa, this body is also one of the results of the research on the perfect man." The butler raised his hand and said calmly, "I used alchemy and the flesh and blood of the perfect man to cultivate this body. This body is much stronger than Wally's, my own body. Look." The butler casually punched the air. The air and space were distorted just like that. Chapter 1904. It was like a ripple that would eventually dissipate in the distance. The fluctuation of space suddenly disappeared when it was about to reach the boss and Mississippi's servant girl. Maybe it just happened to reach here, or maybe it didn't extend further, but it seemed to be just right. When the fluctuation of space finally disappeared, Mr. Butler slowly said, "At first, I just carried out the research out of curiosity, but I didn't expect the result to exceed my expectations." This showed one thing: Mr. Butler, with this special body, he was actually much more powerful than anyone in the castle. He was even more powerful than Gongsun Eunyoung. "I didn't do it to shock you." Lisa stared at the man and woman in front of him and said calmly, "In fact, my body began to have a pain that has never appeared before. This feeling is like all the cells in my body are resisting something. You see, it's actually collapsing." Lisa raised her palm, the palm that punched out. The palm was like a polymer of particles at this time, in a scattered state, but as Lisa slowly clenched his fist again, this collapsed state began to recover and become stable. "I don't have much experience in this situation." Mr. Lisa seemed to be analyzing something. "Generally, this situation will only appear when I use more than half of the power of this body. The power brought by the flesh and blood of the perfect person is too strong, and alchemy can't completely control this overbearing power. In other words, if Lisa used his full strength to fight, his body would directly collapse and explode. But just now, I didn't even use 20% of my power. Mr. Butler looked at Boss Luo and Mississippi servant girl. This makes me think about something that may be beyond my knowledge. He couldn't get the answer from Boss Luo and Mississippi servant girl. Mr. Butler suddenly pinched his eyebrows. His eyes revealed a kind of tiredness. Later, I split a part of my consciousness and planned to occupy this body. However, this process was not very smooth. After entering this body, my consciousness was quickly scattered. It was like using a millstone to grind beans. It messed up this part of my memory, and I couldn't maintain my thoughts as the main personality of Valley. Lisa. Strictly speaking, I used some basic knowledge and concepts to temporarily sew it together to deal with daily operations. It is also the appearance of the butler, Lisa, that you saw at the beginning. Of course, sometimes I can still regain consciousness for a short period of time, such as now, under certain stimuli. How long can they stay awake for? There isn't a fixed amount. The butler shook his head and said, sometimes it can be as short as a few seconds, and sometimes it can be as long as half a day. I especially cherish the longer time I have when I'm awake. This allows me to have more time to think about some problems. Boss Luo smiled and said, that's true. It's only a few seconds. It's just enough time to grasp the situation. This is the end of my story. The butler sighed slowly. Is there anything else you want to ask? Mr. Wally, does he know you? Boss Luo suddenly asked. You're different from him. Wally needs to appear as you know him. The butler said indifferently, the playboy of the Tsimus family, an heir of the family who gradually becomes a parasite. This can make the identity of Wally disappear from many people's sight. With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of these people's gazes. But it's troublesome. The butler shook his head. It's really troublesome. Wally is a guy who is born with a sense of anxiety, and it's very heavy. This anxiety comes from his mother's excessive control. Besides, I also have this sense of anxiety. So, I only hope to be able to cultivate the quiet tree in this place peacefully. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Why are you so persistent in cultivating the quiet tree? The butler walked slowly into the black mud and poured a blood-red liquid on the seed like Miss Gonglina. It was obviously blood. They, Lisa said softly, have always wanted to take me away from the castle on the lonely peak. Even my mother thought that I wanted to leave her control. The watering stopped. Lisa smiled slightly. But in fact, no one asked me if I really wanted to leave. I also hope to be with my mother forever. If the nightmare-eating tapir named Erex didn't make trouble in the 13 families, I might still be on the castle on the lonely peak. What happened outside has nothing to do with me. I was born to live for her. It might be better for Wally to die. In this way, I might be able to be more peaceful. Let everything here be buried. His body suddenly began to split. At the same time, starting from the secret chamber, the entire castle began to tremble. The butler smiled slightly. Speaking of which, I've never tried to deal with anyone with more than half of the strength of this body. From Lisa's body, a stream of golden light and blood-red light gushed out. Even though he still looked dull, it was obvious that the butler was in a serious state at this time. The stirred-up airflow blew Miss Maid's long hair backward. Seeing this, Miss Maid put her hands together and opened. A cross sword condensed by black flames was pulled out slowly. Boss Luo didn't move. There were too many activities in the world of chessboard. Beating people up was usually Miss Maid's exclusive job. Maybe she had accumulated some dissatisfaction. The cross sword of black flames was completed. In the silence, Gong Sun Ernyang, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. With her strength, she could easily feel a sudden burst of terrifying power. Before she could think, in the bathroom of the guest room, Tang Tianlin, who was soaking in cold water, suddenly screamed miserably. Gong Sun Ernyang took a step forward and rushed into the bathroom for the second time. At this time, Tang Tianlin's whole body had floated up from the bathtub, his left hand stretched out stiffly, as if it was stimulated by something. The muscles and tendons were crazily twitching. Gong Sun Ernyang wanted to press Tang Tianlin down, but as soon as she got close, her body was bounced back by an invisible force. She broke the wall of the bathroom with the strength of her body. She didn't suffer any damage. Looking at Tang Tianlin, who was suffering terrible pain because of the mutation, Gong Sun Ernyang muttered to herself, "If you die like this, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Rumble!" Not here. It came from the outside. In the depths of the castle outside, there was a terrible battle. Gong Sun Ernyang wanted to use her aura to lock on the battle, but in a flash she was counterattacked and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was full of horror. After returning to this world, she had a strange feeling at this time. In the wine cellar of the castle, there was a table for mixing wine. At this time, Dr. Gerls was mixing a Bloody Mary that was suitable for vampires. "Why do you keep staring at this box?" Dr. Gores shook the bottle and curiously asked. He found that Nan Xiaonan had been staring at this box for a long time. There was nothing special about this box, except that there were a few more keyholes, which looked a little weird. "Do I have to keep staring at you?" Nan Xiaonan rolled her eyes and said, "You're not good-looking." Dr. Girls, who was shaking the snow flask, almost dropped the flask. He calmed himself down and calmly opened the flask lid. Then he poured out the prepared vampire version of Bloody Mary. "Did you know? Narsen is dead, and he's dead." Dr. Gores slowly turned the cup at this time. "That is to say, you can't become a vampire through Nelson." Nan Xiaonan subconsciously opened her mouth, looking at Dr. Gores with some surprise. Dr. Gores chuckled at this time, reached out and gently lifted Nan Xiaonan's chin. Something should have happened when chessboard ended, so he shouldn't have inherited the ability of servants. The scholarly lady of her child world, the witch widened her eyes at this time. Was she being molested? Don't be surprised. Dr. Gores showed a charming and considerate smile like a cowherd, approaching her and saying, "I smell the fragrance on your body, which is very attractive. Don't worry, I'm not a guy like Nelson who can cook delicious food, but doesn't know how to enjoy it. I'll be very gentle." You're going to bite me?" Nan Xiaonan subconsciously said. "What do you mean?" Dr. Gores chuckled. "Since you're Nelson's helper, isn't that why you're willing to be his helper? As I said, we've come back, and this is no longer the world of chessboard. Maybe you haven't completely adapted to the change of role." Don't worry." Dr. Gores put his finger on Nan Xiaonan's lips and said softly, "I'm very powerful, far more powerful than when I was a servant. Every time we enter chessboard, Mr. Varley will be very concerned about controlling our strength when we're a servant. He doesn't let our strength as a servant exceed the ability of the main body. But I'm indeed very powerful, and I have the ability to give you eternal life. Eternal life. This is the patent of vampires, and it's also something that the captain can't give you. After all, we just temporarily formed a cooperative relationship in chessboard. Now that I'm back, do you still think that Mr. Luo will really take you, a helper in Nelson's kitchen, with him? So, it's like this. This guy has always thought that I'm willing to be Nelson's helper for eternal life. Speaking of which, this seems to be the fault of Mr. Butler's touching memory. Only I can give you eternal life." Dr. Gores bared his fangs at this time and slowly approached Nan Xiaonan's neck. "Soon you will feel the kind of happiness that humans can experience. It smells good. You will become an excellent junior. What's wrong? Are you excited? The wish of eternal life is in front of you. Your body can't help but be excited. You're him? Damn it. Dr. Gores suddenly felt as if he had walked into a fairy tale, a colorful and especially childlike fairy tale. The cups in the wine cellar opened their big eyes at this time, and the oak barrels that had been stored for many years stood up one by one. It was round and very cute. The workbench at this time jumped like piano keys. The wall, the floor tiles, the chandelier above his head, and even his own clothes. He didn't know what happened to the ground. When Dr. Gores turned around, he found himself lying on the floor with his feet in the air. His body was full of furniture and utensils that suddenly came to life. What was worse was his clothes, which strangled his neck at this time. Dr. Gores didn't know when the quality of his clothes was so good that he couldn't break free. Damn it, I thought you had something special to talk to me about. At least I could get some information. But how dare you molest me? Molest me! Nan Xiaonan directly raised her leg at this time and stepped on Dr. Gores's proudest face without saying a word. Eternal life my ass! I've been immortal for a long time. It shouldn't be like this, right? It can't be. I've clearly come back from that dangerous chessboard. I've clearly gotten rid of that weak servant's body, right? Mr. Varley is dead. Butler Lisa is an idiot who forgets everything all day long, and the twin maids are tools who lack love and are easy to control. Logically speaking, a good hand of cards should have been dealt to me, right? It can't be. Don't step on my face. How could Nan Xiaonan stop? She was a little excited as she stepped on his face. But at this time the whole castle suddenly shook. Nan Xiaonan stepped on Dr. Gores's cheek and frowned. On the ceiling of the wine cellar, a boulder suddenly fell at this time. Boom! Bang! The wine cellar was built under the castle, so it took Nan Xiaonan a lot of effort to get out. She climbed out of the soil and then took a deep breath. This is the castle! Everything in front of Nan Xiaonan seemed to have instantly pulled her back to the battlefield in the chessboard, world's capital city. The entire ancient castle had already been destroyed. No, the entire ancient castle had already disappeared, leaving behind only a piece of broken ground. At the same time, another figure broke out of the soil not far away. It was Gong Sun Ernyang. In addition, Nan Xiaonan saw Gong Sun Ernyang rushing out with Tang Tianlin in her arms. Gong Sun Ernyang didn't look at Nan Xiaonan at this time. She just looked up at the sky in horror. What happened to the sky? It should be raining heavily. Nan Xiaonan remembered that when she was invited by Dr. Jurls for a drink, it was still raining heavily outside the window. She was afraid that it would not stop until dawn. However, at this time the night sky had cleared up. It was very clear. The whole night sky was full of the brilliance of the stars. Under the starry sky, a figure with long, golden hair slowly descended. It was as if he was a real god. This is the future boss, Mom. Nan Xiaonan moved her lips subconsciously. In the distance, Gong Sun Ernyang frowned. As a martial arts expert of the Shenyuan Palace, her keen sense of power that came from a martial artist caused her entire body to tremble. She subconsciously grabbed her trembling right arm, but found that her left hand was also trembling. Looking at the golden-haired beauty who descended like a god. Suddenly, the golden-haired beauty's gaze seemed to suddenly turn through the pitch-black night sky and starlight, directly landing on Gong Sun Ernyang's body. Gong Sun Ernyang's heart suddenly beat fiercely, and then she sat down on the ground. When the servant girl was about to land, Boss Luo reached out his hand with a smile. The hand that was supporting her slowly floated down. It was like pulling down an angel from the kingdom of heaven. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she lost her balance and fell into Boss Luo's arms, saying softly, "I don't like the rain tonight, so I hit a little hard. Master, do you like the starlight tonight?" Boss Luo smiled faintly and immediately looked ahead. Mr. Butler was lying on the ground at this time. His body seemed to be extremely unstable between the gathering and dispersing, but he tried his best to stabilize it, and it seemed to be more stable. But he obviously didn't have the strength to stand up. "I lost. Do you still have consciousness?" Miss Maid said indifferently, "This body is not bad after all. It inherited some characteristics of the pseudo-eternal, indestructible body." But Mr. Lisa didn't seem to hear her words. He stretched out his hand to catch the starlight, muttering to himself, "There aren't so many stars on the lonely peak of the inhuman domain." Suddenly, he used all his strength to turn his body, crawling forward little by little. He finally crawled into a piece of black mud, crawling to the side of the seed, protecting the head of Miss Gonglina, who emerged from the mud as the seed. His body, together with the seed, sank into the black mud little by little. All of a sudden, many fine roots grew out of the seed. They pierced into Mr. Butler's body little by little. Finally, these roots rolled Mr. Butler and the seed into a huge cocoon, burying them in the black mud and disappearing. "This is the butler?" Nan Xiaonan had already trotted to Boss Luo and Miss Maid. "He is." "Some people, some feelings," Boss Luo said slowly. "It doesn't necessarily blossom. Maybe for these people and feelings, they will never be discovered, forever buried in the unknown darkness. It's already an extravagant hope to get this peace." Chapter 1905. Dr. Gores was thrown to the ground casually. Looking at his current appearance, he seemed to have experienced some bad treatment in the past. Nan Xiaonan asked excitedly, "Mr. Luo, how should we deal with this guy? He harassed me. Maybe it should be called the guilty party complaining first. Anyway, it was more or less like that." Boss Luo asked curiously, "Lady Nan, what do you think is appropriate? Skinning and breaking his bones?" Nan Xiaonan's eyes brightened. "Fry him? Or open a hole in his head and pour some chili water in? No, that's too easy for him, in my opinion. Or paint his face, the kind that can't be cured forever?" There seemed to be no problem with the previous treatment, but painting his face in the end sounded wrong. "You were the one who caught Mr. Girls, and you were the one he offended." Boss Luo waved his hand. "Lady Nan, you decide how to deal with him. It's not convenient for us to ask." "We." Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but stare blankly at this time. Right? She returned to the modern world, and the relationship between her and Mr. Luo was no longer we. She only had one key, a key that she hadn't found a suitable lock for. Nan Xiaonan suddenly lost all her interest in Dr. Girls's skinning and disassembling of bones. She said dully, "Then just leave him here and let him fend for himself." At this time, a figure hurried away in the distance. It was Gong Sun Ernyang. Gong Sun Ernyang didn't even say hello, but directly carried the unconscious Tang Tianlin and jumped down the mountain where the castle was located when no one was paying attention. "She took old Tang," Nan Xiaonan exclaimed in a low voice. Boss Luo said indifferently, "Mr. Tang should be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. Don't worry." Nan Xiaonan stared at him suspiciously. Falling into the hands of Gong Sun Ernyang obviously wasn't a good thing. How could that kind of plot fall into old Tang's hands? However, Nan Xiaonan and Tang Tianlin actually didn't have much relationship. It was just that Tang Tianlin recognized her as his junior sister, Nan, who studied the perfect person with him. Even more, because Tang Tianlin was taken away by Gong Sun Ernyang, she would have less troubles. "Right, there's one more thing," Nan Xiaonan thought at this time and said, "It's about the perfect person." Boss Luo glanced at Dr. Gores, who was spitting blood foam on the ground, and thought, "He told you?" Nan Xiaonan said, "This guy's mouth is not as hard as I thought. He told me everything. It turns out that before we started the game, he had already made house into fertilizer and asked where the perfect person's body was hidden. But before he could tell Wally, the banquet started. I guess from the beginning, Gores didn't expect that the chessboard game, which had always been very easy, would end up like this. Where is the perfect person hidden?" Boss Luo thought for a while and said. Nan Xiaonan narrowed her eyes, thinking that she should take advantage of this situation to get some benefits. When she was thinking about how to say it, she suddenly saw the smiling face of Miss made behind Boss Luo. This academic witch of the other world suddenly shivered, her throat moved, and she quickly said, "I guess no one thought where House hid the perfect person. He actually hid the perfect person's body in this world." Nan Xiaonan nodded and said, "To be precise, it was hidden in a cruise ship. This house owns many industries, and this cruise ship is his company. Its main business is global travel. So, in these years, this perfect person, S-Body, was actually running around the world. What is he trying to avoid? Miss Maid came to this conclusion after listening to the story. Tang Tianlin told me that their research lab was invaded by a mysterious person and took away a lot of research materials and samples. Nan Xiaonan agreed wholeheartedly. With House's ability and his collusion with Wally, he would have taken revenge long ago if he wasn't helpless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to hide in China. Madam, I agree with what you said. I think House did put the perfect man on the cruise ship to prevent the mysterious force that broke into the research institute from finding it. What did you call me? Miss Maid narrowed her eyes at this time. Lady Boss? Isn't it? Only a great person like Mr. Luo is worthy of a beautiful and noble woman like you. Nan Xiaonan was startled, then hurriedly patted her head. Oh, look at me. I'm so proud of myself and talk nonsense. Don't be offended. My brain is sometimes muddled. Don't talk nonsense. Miss Maid said indifferently. I'm just a maid beside the master. A maid does all the work, and a maid does all the work. Everyone knows. Nan Xiaonan smiled embarrassedly. The people from the night mechanism are coming. Boss Luo looked at the distance at this time and suddenly said, this was still the territory of Britain. Although Wally was exiled from the Tsimish family, his identity as the heir was not deprived. How could the British night mechanism turn a blind eye to a guy with such a sensitive identity like Wally hiding in their own country? There had always been a commissioner of the night mechanism stationed nearby, and the one directly under him was one of the 12 knights in charge of this general area. It was enough to show that the British night mechanism attached great importance to Wally, who had a sensitive identity. Let's leave quickly. Nan Xiaonan took the opportunity to say at this time. Boss Luo nodded and said, well, I wanted to wait until dawn, but it seems that it's not necessary. Let's go back. With that, Boss Luo looked at the place where Mr. Butler sank. He pondered and waved his hand. The black mud around them began to sink like quicksand. In the end, the black mud had completely sunk and was then covered with ordinary mud. Time seemed to accelerate. This place quickly grew moss and weeds, and soon became an open space that had been abandoned for many years. Thank you for your hospitality. Boss Luo left Nan Xiaonan's sight in this way. Miss Maid's body gradually faded away as she approached. Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth. This faded away did not include her. Wait a minute. Miss Maid's voice came at this time. We may meet again on that cruise ship? Lady Nan, goodbye, nice to meet you. Finally, Miss Maid also disappeared. Cruise ship. Is there a hint? Nan Xiaonan was startled. As the cold wind blew, this demoness from the other world slapped her head fiercely. What a huge loss. If I knew it, I would have called you madam. Slip away. Nan Xiaonan also felt that at this time, someone seemed to be quickly approaching this destroyed ancient castle. At dawn, Nan Xiaonan had already found her way down the mountain alone. Am I forgetting something? Here, what happened? A small team of elite knights had already driven to the gate of the ancient castle before dawn. But what they saw was the horrible ancient castle that had been razed to the ground. The knights hurriedly went deep into the ruins of the castle. They easily dug out the unconscious Dr. Gores from the rubble. At this time, Dr. Gores still had a plate hanging on his body. It was written in crooked English on the plate, Wally, I killed him. Even Jesus can't save him. You idiots, you're late. A group of elite knights looked at Dr. Gores with a plate hanging on his chest in surprise. They naturally recognized the identity of Dr. Gores. There was a record of Gores in the official records of the Knight organization. Vampires, their main profession was doctors, and they were certified as senior secret pharmacists by the Magician Association. They were not very famous in the circle of Inhuman, but their comprehensive ability was quite good, and they were the kind of capable people who could attract the attention of big forces. He was clearly framed, right? Captain? Who cares? The captain thought for a while and said, "It's not something we can handle. Since this guy is still alive, he must know what happened. Let's take him back first." "Captain, we also dug out 2 women. They should be the 2 maids of Wally's Mish mentioned in the records. Take them with us." The night team continued to search the ruins of the ancient castle, but they didn't find any useful information. Then they directly carried Dr. Gores and the 2 maids of the ancient castle into the car and drove all the way to meet the 12 knights who were stationed in this area. The Kelowna conference is about to begin. The captain of the night team couldn't help but worry, but supernatural events happened one after another in our country. This time, even an heir of the 13 ancient families died. Is this really the beginning of the supernatural chaos? The cars of the knights quickly drove down the mountain. The lights of the cars were still moving on the mountain road, and the ancient castle had fallen into a dead silence. It would be in a state where it had nothing and would welcome the sunlight of a new day. It didn't seem to be that perfect. But at this moment, a small mound suddenly emerged from the ruins of the ancient castle, as if something was about to crawl out of the soil. Slowly, a small head finally broke out of the soil. Once it broke out of the soil, it jumped out at once and then landed steadily on the ground. Its blood-red eyes were now looking around in confusion, and its sharp teeth were covered with saliva. Woof! Black hound! Black dragon! Woof woof! It seemed to be looking for something. Soon, Black Hound and Black Dragon ran to the side of a fallen pillar and then raised their legs. "Brother! Brother! Have mercy! I'm an emotionless kitchen knife. You can't humiliate me like this." "Woof! Woof! Woof! I'm really an emotionless kitchen knife." Black Hound and Black Dragon immediately began to dig the ground and then dug out a shiny kitchen knife from the soil and held it in their mouths. "Thank you, Brother Dog, I feel much better now. I'll definitely repay you for today's kindness. Hey, what are you going to do? Brother Dog, think thrice." Black Hound and Black Dragon found a new place and continued to dig. Then they threw the kitchen knife directly into the pit and then flattened the soil. Then they raised their legs, and a stream of golden liquid drew a perfect parabola arc and fell to the ground. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm clock continued to ring, and at the same time there was the sound of the internet news broadcast. This was a program about the strange things that happened in various places during this period of time. However, this impromptu program would probably be taken down soon, because there would be similar programs and reports every day, and then they would be quickly deleted. Even so, people's understanding of the supernatural events that happen in the world was getting richer and richer. Here's a top-secret document provided by the audience, which is said to be leaked by the relevant departments. Everyone, look, this document hasn't been opened yet, and I should be the first one to open it. I think someone will come knocking on the door soon. Old Ty, I'm using my life to reveal the truth. Please click and follow the triple link. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'm going to open it now. Thank you for the rocket. Thank you, thank you. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. An arm stretched out from the quilt at this time, directly hit the head of the alarm clock, and then in an instant it was hit under the bed. Ranziling opened her eyes, and her eyelids were heavy. She yawned, scratching her chicken nest-like hair, and got up, looking for underwear. In fact, after the new year, she would be a woman in her 30s. After getting up, Ranziling casually turned off the laptop on the bedside table, and then went out of the room wearing only a woman's white shirt. It didn't matter if it was casual. Anyway, only Lizzie lived with her. Looking at the bags of garbage piled up outside the room, Ranziling couldn't help but be lost in thought. Why did her house look like a bachelor apartment outside? Fortunately, that guy is not here otherwise. In the small drama in Nanny Wren's mind, she had been scolded by her son and couldn't raise her head. She shrank in the corner and shivered. Well, what's the smell? Rin Xiling moved her nose at this time, vaguely smelling the smell of something in the room, and there was also a sound from the kitchen at this time. Ren Xiling shook her head and looked at Lizzie's room. There were still mantis shrimps under the door. Can you believe that this guy ate 20 pounds of mantis shrimps alone? Moreover, he ate it while hiding in the room watching TV. He didn't even leave her a cucumber strip. Wasn't that too much? You woke up so early to look for food. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Ran Xiling thought of the dead body of the mantis shrimps lying on the ground and had a feeling of burning anger. She slapped the kitchen door and angrily said, "I'll lay my cards on the table, easy. I don't want to you. Good morning." When she came back to her senses, Boss Luo had brought a bowl of freshly cooked porridge to Ren Xiling. I must still be dreaming. Chapter 1906. Early in the morning, the office was filled with all kinds of noises and smells of different sauces for breakfast. Ever since a certain former deputy chief editor was promoted to the new CEO, the originally clean office suddenly became a lot more down to earth. In CEO Ren's words, this is an environment that can improve one's work efficiency and focus. Sister Ren seems to be in a good mood today. Little girl. Finally, someone is going to get the job done. When she came in, she didn't complain that old Q was looking at porn. Amazing. Lizzie, you live together. Can you tell us? Of course. Gossip was always the only mainstream in the office. Lizzie, who was eating noodles with mixed sauce, rolled the noodles into a drumstick and took a bite. Without wiping the sauce and sesame off her mouth, she shrugged and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the CEO's son threw it back." They suddenly had a look of realization. They knew that the new CEO had a son at home, and that the new CEO cared a lot about the son. They originally thought that they could dig out some explosive topic from the new CEO, but they suddenly lost interest. It was mainly because they had been exposed to too many abnormal events as part of the media. To what extent was there so many of them? To the extent that they urgently needed something ordinary and familiar, so that they could feel that they were still in the original ordinary and safe world. Old Q. CEO Rin suddenly pushed open the door, and the sound suddenly rang in the dirty and messy office. I didn't look at tyrannical eyes porn. A muscular man suddenly stood up from his seat. Who is Tyrannical Eye? Nanny Rin in front of the door blinked, then shook her head and said, "Forget it. Hurry up and prepare the car and equipment. There's big news." Big news? Everyone was stunned. These days there was big news every day, and there was big news every hour. They were somewhat numb to big news. But most importantly, most of the big news in the city was fake news. None of the abnormal events that happened all over the world happened in this city. We got the admission ticket for the International Superhuman Summit Conference. Nanny Ren laughed, then put her hands on her waist and made a V sign with her hands. Silence. Nanny Dash. We implore the Lord Long to grant our request. I won't give up until I reach my goal. We will kneel and not get up. When she poked her head out of the alley, Luo Dance could still see a group of famous people of the monster race gathering in front of the pet hospital. There were at least 50 to 60 of them. Logically speaking, with this group of people blocking the entrance, it would definitely cause a lot of inconvenience. However, ever since the Spirit Chi revival, the management of the Divine Boat had rapidly increased their manpower. Since this was the location of the summit meeting, it could be said that thousands of agents from the administration had been secretly deployed. Some were temporarily transferred from various places. Some had just completed their training, and some were specially selected from the military. The road leading to the pet hospital had been closed for many reasons, such as road construction. As for the nearby residents, they were quarantined by their families. Every day, there would be people in charge of delivering food and checking daily communications. Little Butterfly Monster saw that these guys probably wouldn't leave today, so she had to shake her head and leave by another road. At another checkpoint, Little Butterfly Monster showed her own communication code and was soon allowed to leave. Today, she came out to deliver medicine to several patients who needed to take medicine regularly. Many places in the city were closed. Not only the monster race hiding in the city, but also normal humans had to show their personal QR code when they went out every day so that the relevant departments could track their activities in the form of data. Of course, the QR code of normal humans was different from that of monsters, but this difference could only be shown at the terminal, and only the people of the administration could access this data. There are many fewer cars on the street. There was a feeling of depression. Luo Dance walked alone on the deserted street. People still insisted on going to work. It seemed that nothing could stop the social production of human beings. However, they also tried to stay at home or in the company as much as possible. The school has stopped classes and changed to online teaching. Coming to the door of a middle school, Luo Dance looked at the closed door and blinked her watery eyes. Soon, a guard door was opened and she walked out from a side door. This was the first patient to be delivered medicine today. Little Dance, are you interested in strolling inside? The guard at the door smiled kindly at this time. Many of them liked this little nurse of Shinryu's hospital. Maybe because they were used to Mr. Shinryu's hot temper, they felt that the normal one was delicate and charming. Moreover, this little butterfly was really lovable. After all, she had big breasts. Huh, can I? Luo Dance suddenly opened her eyes wide. But I'm not a student here. There are no people inside, only 2 teachers on duty. The guard said step by step. Even if we meet them, I can tell them that you're my granddaughter and they'll make an exception. Little Dance, you haven't been to a human high school, right? Don't you want to see what a high school is like? But I have to deliver medicine. The next one to deliver medicine should be old Hay from the electrical appliance street, right? The guard said they're going to check today, so they won't open the door. Later, he said that he would come here to chat with me. You can give it to him then. That's great. The little butterfly monster nodded happily. The guard's eyes lit up at this time, saying slowly, "It's a little hot today. You can use the indoor swimming pool in the school. Don't worry, I've disinfected it. No one will go there at this time, so you can use it without worry." Really? Of course. The guard nodded. You don't have a swimsuit, right? I happen to have one here. It was left by a former student, but no one has claimed it. You can use it. Don't worry, I've washed it clean. The old man guarding the door hurriedly ran into the guardhouse and took out a bag from inside. Then he smiled with a red face and took out the clothes inside as if he was presenting a treasure. He opened his mouth and blew hot air out of his nostrils. The little butterfly monster blinked. I know, Luo Dance thought at this time. This swimsuit is called Deadpool water. Well, the guard was stunned. At this time, Luo Dance suddenly took a deep breath and then got into a horse stance. She threw a punch, and the gatekeeper was sent flying. Although it was forbidden, the monster's physical ability was still there. Wait, let me go, I won't do bad things. Look at me, I'm just a bad old man. No, a bad man has become old. No, I'm a good old man. It's not right to treat an old man like this. After tightening the rope, Xiao Dai clapped her hands and looked at the guard who was tied to the chair in the guardhouse. She said, seriously, Sister Long said, if you want to do anything strange to me, I can tie you up without hesitation. Lord Long is discriminating and slandering me. That's what the other uncles and aunts said as well. They are boycotting me. This is bullying. I'll untie the rope when I leave. Luo Dance patted the guard's head. Be a good boy. Wait, wait. The little butterfly monster had already carried the bag with the swimsuit and slipped into the school. This is a human's high school. It was a place where many people studied. As the guard said, the school was quiet. When passing by the teacher's duty room, Luo Dance only saw one teacher playing with his mobile phone, and the other had opened the folding bed and slept. The little butterfly monster stuck out her tongue and took off her shoes. She picked them up and walked softly through the corridor. There was a different kind of excitement. She was like a child who had done something bad. This was something new for her, who had always been obedient and well-behaved. Walking alone in this empty high school campus, he thought to himself, "You're right." She sneaked into the classroom of a senior class. Wow, it's really like what I saw on TV. Even the books are standing up. The little butterfly monster walked to the front of the podium, picking up a ruler, knocking on the podium, and clearing her throat. Well, let's go to class. Students, today we're going to learn about the mean value theorem and the application of derivatives. Who knows Rawls' theorem? No one. The little butterfly monster quickly put down the ruler in her hand and sat down in the first row. At the same time, she raised her hand. "Teacher." "I know." She ran to the podium again, clearing her throat and saying in a deep voice, "Oh, Luo dance, if you know, just say it." She ran back to her seat and then stood up. When she was about to recite the theorem smoothly, she suddenly knocked on her head. "I don't want to learn this in high school like a fool." Smirk. When she left the classroom, the little butterfly monster found an unopened box of milk on a seat. She took it and drank it. When she left 20 yuan behind. Once again, she wandered alone in the empty high school campus. She finally came to the indoor swimming pool that the gatekeeper expected. The door was unlocked. The gatekeeper really spared no effort. The little butterfly monster couldn't help shaking her head with a wry smile. She actually grew up. Since the boss let her shed her insect body, she had actually grown up. She knew and understood a lot of things, but she was too lazy to talk about it. To her, it seemed that only by maintaining her original appearance would she be able to maintain the faint connection between her and her boss. She didn't know why, but she just did this subconsciously. Instinctively, she wanted the boss to like her appearance that he liked. Luo dance vaguely heard a sound coming from inside. It seemed that someone was inside. Although the gatekeeper said that no one came back from school today except for the 2 teachers on duty. Since she could sneak in, others could also do the same. With a little curiosity, Luo dance slowly walked into the indoor swimming pool. The moment the heavy door was pushed open, a burst of cheerful laughter rushed into the little butterfly's ears and the sound of water splashing. And more than a dozen children, but these were not ordinary human children. They were the children of demons. Because of the anti-magic effect, some of the children of the demon race even maintained quite obvious characteristics of the demon race. Luo dance couldn't help but stare blankly at this moment. She even saw a familiar person among the children. Demon race. She wore a black skirt, but the skirt could be taken off. She was sitting on the edge of the swimming pool. Her white, slender legs were immersed in the water. Her face was full of smiles, and her eyes were full of the children of the demon race who were playing. Miss Blackwater. The little butterfly monster opened her eyes wide. She looked back and saw Luo dance, opening her mouth slightly. "You are the one in Lord Long's hospital." Early in the morning, Song Ing was pulled out of bed by Song Howren. "You said that you would prepare for today's trip. Why did I wake you up in the end?" Song Howren rubbed his cheek at this time. Song Ing kicked it. "Don't you know that women are grumpy when they wake up?" Miss Sun rolled her eyes. "Don't you know that it's very impolite to break into a girl's room? Hey, why is your left eye black? Isn't it normal for women to be grumpy when they wake up?" Song Howren shrugged. "You just said it." Miss Sun frowned suspiciously and immediately narrowed her eyes. She knew that the black circle on Song Howren's left eye was caused by Song Howren. Unexpectedly, there is a Song Howren in this world. Miss Sun directly pressed her finger on Song Ying's lips, narrowing her eyes. Unexpectedly, there is a Song Ing in this world. The young lady of the Song family immediately lifted her high heel and aimed to step on Song Howren's foot. But how could such a sneak attack really hurt the young master of the Song family who was good at kung fu? He gently dodged and casually knocked on Song Ying's head, and then said seriously before Song Ying got angry, "Today we are going to worship my cousin. Behave yourself." "It has nothing to do with me." Song Ying gnashed her teeth, saying bitterly, You only know how to bully me as an elder. Of course. Song Howren smiled brightly at this time. If I don't bully you more now, I don't know which man will take advantage of you in the future. I always feel that I will suffer a loss. It seems that I have to put righteousness before family. Song Howren had already run away. Song Ing was chasing behind while taking off her shoes to look for a beating. But it was not easy to take off her shoes, so she bumped all the way. Chapter 1907. In the water, there was a small thing quietly approaching the little butterfly's swinging legs. When it was about to approach, it was suddenly lifted up by a hand inserted into the water. Don't be naughty, Miss Blackwater said, putting the little thing back into the pool. It was a monster cub with a small turtle shell on its back. Luo Dance just noticed it and blinked her eyes. This child is not afraid of strangers. It will only approach those it likes. Don't mind it. Miss Blackwater said with a smile. Of course not. Luo Dance shook her head. She swam back to the pool and asked curiously, Miss Blackwater, don't you come down to play? It's so cool here. Miss Blackwater said in a low voice, No, I have to stay here and look after the children. It will be troublesome if something happens to them while I play. You know, we can't use our power in this city. Even though adult monsters still retained a portion of their physical strength, monster cubs were extremely weak. They were so weak that even a normal person could hurt them if they held some sort of offensive weapon in their hands. Since it's so dangerous, Miss Blackwater, why did you bring them in? Luo Dance asked confusedly. Miss Blackwater thought for a while and said, I used to live in this city. Later, I took these children to the suburbs after all the power was isolated here. If I didn't come here to find Lord Long, I wouldn't do this. The most important thing is that there are many monsters outside the city. If I leave these children outside, I'm afraid they will have an accident. Unfortunately, Luo Dance thought for a while and said, Those monsters outside the hospital seem to have the same plan as Miss Blackwater. Miss Blackwater smiled bitterly. It won't work. After all, it's Lord Long's decision. I'm afraid it's hard to persuade him. She thought of the report that Sister Long was secretly making. She had the urge to comfort Miss Blackwater, who was like an elder with a group of children. However, she suppressed this impulse after thinking about it. Sister Long didn't say that she could do it. How could she give it away as a hope? Actually, Miss Blackwater, have you ever thought of taking these children to a place where there is no one? The little butterfly thought for a bit and said, There should be. Kelowna is so big. There should be a lot of places where you can live peacefully. I don't deny that there are such places. Miss Blackwater shook her head. I also thought about it, but you're only looking at the 10 kids I've brought with me. However, in Kelowna, how many children of the demon race had wandered outside? You see, right now, these children are enjoying happiness here. But at the same time, in a place we don't know, how many children are suffering pain that you and I can't imagine? Their homes may be being developed by humans, and they may have already lost their loved ones. Luo Dance thought of the mountain where she used to live, and her mother, who was hunted, her grandpa tree monster who raised her and was finally killed by human beings. If there was an ideal environment for Miss Blackwater in this world, she might not feel as sad as she had been through before. However, Sister Long was the Shinryu of Kelowna, not the Shinryu of the demon race. She guarded all the creatures in Kelowna and had to be controlled by the wills of all the dragon veins and spiritual veins in Kelowna. Once she violated these wills, it would be very troublesome. Now, it was the human race's turn to rise. Sister Long had said this more than once. She knew that Sister Long didn't feel good when she said this. She always locked herself in a room and indulged in the game, as if she didn't want to care about anything outside. This was also a kind of escape. Even though the Shinryu of Kelowna had invincible strength, there were still things that she had to escape from. Maybe only the boss can. Luo Dance was a little absent-minded when she thought about this question, so she said this subconsciously, but she quickly realized something wrong and stopped. Boss? Miss Blackwater stared at her. The boss you mentioned, is it? I'm just talking nonsense. Butterfly Monster hurriedly said. Miss Blackwater, don't take it seriously. But Miss Blackwater shook her head. No, I may know who the boss you mentioned is. In fact, I also had the same idea. She looked deeply at Luo Dance, saying softly, always. The topic of the autonomy of the demon race seemed to be stopped suddenly. Miss Blackwater didn't say anything, and Butterfly Monster didn't ask again. It seemed that they had completely forgotten this topic. After Luo Dance played in the swimming pool for a while, Miss Blackwater called a group of demon cubs to leave. After all, this was still the territory of humans, so it was inappropriate for her to stay here for a long time with a group of demon cubs. Perhaps one day they will be able to play in these places until they are tired like normal human children. I'm glad to meet you today, Dance. Me too. She looked at Miss Blackwater's eyes, suddenly having an indescribable feeling. The children reluctantly bid farewell to this butterfly demon sister. Until the end, the little butterfly demon could only watch them leave. She was the only one left in the swimming pool of the high school. She didn't leave, but let herself soak in the water, letting the water move her body to the center of the swimming pool. She just floated like a rootless duckweed. When she returned to the guardhouse, Butterfly Monster's hair was still wet. She met the resentful eyes of the guardsmen. I've washed the swimsuit when it came out. Butterfly Monster showed a bright smile. Thank you for the swimsuit, Grandpa. I'd rather you didn't wash it. The guardsman held the dry and folded swimsuit in his hands, trembling. It was as if he was touching a precious antique that had been smashed into pieces. No, you can't. Don't be disrespectful. Butterfly Monster said righteously at this time. Let me die. The guardsmen squatted in the corner painfully, as if they had lost the courage to live. Luo Dance seemed to think of something at this time, suddenly saying, Grandpa, is there usually no one who goes to the indoor swimming pool? Why do you ask this? The guardsmen were surprised. Classes are suspended now. Who would go to the swimming pool for no reason? It's that snake with a bunch of burdens. Grandpa, do you know Miss Blackwater? Butterfly Monster couldn't help opening her mouth. The guardsman rolled his eyes. If I don't know her, how could she take such a large group of children to play there? Now it's not like before we've lost our strength. That snake is really something. It doesn't know how to restrain itself. It comes here every day. Does it really think I'm deaf? But its figure is not bad. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Just like what the guardsmen said, it was probably a bad guy who became a bad old man. Before he left, the old man guarding the door suddenly said, If you can speak a few words with that snake, enlighten it when you have the time. This fellow, if it continues like this, it will destroy itself sooner or later. Our monster clan can't produce a saint anymore. Why? No reason. The guardsman shook his head and then suddenly squinted his eyes. By the way, little Dance, which bathroom did you use just now? Don't waste the bathwater. It's a strategic resource. Pervert, damn. Luo Dance's legs sank, taking a deep breath and punching forward. Butterfly Monster walked out of the guardsman's room angrily, heading for the next medicine delivery destination. Song Ing drove the car. Today there were only 2 members of the Song family, and no bodyguards followed them. The bodyguards had already driven to distract the paparazzi like flies. Because of the earthquake earlier, the Song family as a foreign businessman was active in disaster relief and charity. Miss Song Ing, as the head of the group, had become a celebrity in the city. Young, beautiful, and famous, she was the favorite target of the paparazzi. Speaking of which, have you seen that woman? Song Haren, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the scene outside the window, seemingly bored. Song Ing didn't look back, but turned her eyes, as if she didn't know that woman. Which woman? Song Haren squinted at Song Ing, smiling. Miss Song's fingers holding the steering will gradually became restless. Kind of. I've seen her, but I didn't tell her who she was. Why? Song Howren curiously asked. Song Ing thought for a while and said, I have a feeling that guy doesn't want her to get involved in our Song family's affairs. Song Howren shrugged and said, I don't have any opinion. He really didn't have much of an opinion. The relationship between the mother and son was only on the legal level, not the traditional blood relationship that he cared about. If it was the biological mother and not the adoptive mother, naturally he would have an opinion. Old Master Song's opinion would be even greater. He was a more traditional person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be constantly thinking about transferring his business from South America back. What kind of person is she? Song Howren asked curiously as if chatting with her. Song Ing scratched her head. It's hard to say. Hard to say? Generally speaking. Song Ing thought for a while and said, She's probably a terrible woman. Those who like her, like her, like her. But those who don't like her can't like her. If it's just her body, it's another story. What about you? What about me? Do you like her or not? Or is it just the simple kind? Song Howren looked at his niece with a smirk. Break. The kind of emergency break. Here we are, in the cemetery. Because he died in the line of duty, Luo Qi was qualified to be buried in this cemetery. Almost no one objected to it. They went up a long staircase, halfway up the mountain. From the perspective of Feng Shui, it's really a good position. Song Howren looked around at the layout at this time. He always liked these strange things. When he was in South America, he often pestered the blind man, who was a hanger-on, to ask a lot of metaphysics knowledge. Song Ing joked that if Song Howren died in the future, she would find a way to bury him here. When the Song family comes back, they can only be buried in the ancestral grave of the Song family. He responded like this. His rare seriousness even made Song Ing feel a little scared. She kept silent and didn't dare to speak. After a while, they finally arrived at the destination of this trip. It's so similar. Song Howren looked at the picture on the tombstone and couldn't help but sigh. It's almost the same as the picture of Uncle when he was young that Father showed me. Yes, Song Ing nodded at this time. It's really similar to Grandpa. It seems that someone has been here. Song Howren looked at the burning incense in front of the grave and frowned at this time. Maybe it's the caretaker of the cemetery? Song Ing looked around. Song Howren shook his head. If it's the caretaker, then my cousin is really well taken care of. Besides that, there was no incense in front of the graves around. Today is not a day of worship, nor is it a public memorial day. Who would for no reason? Song Ing couldn't help but frown at this time. Probably someone with an ulterior motive. Song Howren waved his hand and then stood in front of the grave. Don't be in a daze. Bow a few times as a preview. Preview? What preview? Song Ing, who suddenly reacted, couldn't help but be furious, but she could only suppress it. Do you want to die, Song Howren? Are you done yet? Can't you be more serious in front of the ancestors' graves? Song Howren laughed at this time. After bowing seriously in front of the grave a few times, he said seriously, Big brother, this niece of mine looks okay, right? Isn't she cute? If the underworld knows, please take care of her in the future. You're saying it as if he can really hear you. Song Ing lowered her head and muttered. Song Howren suddenly said, Who knows? After all, we've only just entered the Transcendental Society. It's not like you haven't seen all kinds of monsters in South America. Besides, seeing Song Howren suddenly become so mysterious, Song Ing couldn't help but be curious, and she couldn't help but ask, Besides what? The Hungry Ghost Festival is coming soon. Song Howren smiled mysteriously and said, During the Hungry Ghost Festival, the gates of hell will open. I heard that those souls who are still attached to the mortal world will escape from the gates of hell. We might not have been able to meet in the past, but that might not be the case now. I wonder if this big brother of mine has any unfinished business in his heart. Song Ing suddenly felt a chill, and she subconsciously hugged her arms. Song Howren, it's broad daylight. Can't you be more serious? Let's go, Song Haran smiled and said. I still have to go back and greet the group of experts from the association. Where are the experts? Song Ying shook her head. The experts from the Tao Association were different from the experts, in her impression. In this Song clan's granddaughter's impression, only Mr. Blind fit the status and aura of an expert. When they were going down the stairs, Song Haran suddenly turned around and looked up the mountain. What's wrong? Song Ying asked curiously. Song Haran shook his head in puzzlement. Nothing. It shouldn't be anything. I'll drive the way back. Wake up early and sleep a little more. There's still a lot of things to do today. He's rather considerate. Song Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Two figures stood on the mountain peak of the public cemetery. This fellow's senses are rather sharp. It's a pity that the restrictive spell here is too strong. I can't observe him more carefully. Why? Are you trying to guide him? I'm just curious. Then, this woman should be the dimension observer of this world. It's hard to say. The information given to us by the throne can only be vaguely shown here. Whether or not this Song Ying is the dimension observer will require more observation. Speaking of which, what's going on here? I've never seen such restrictive spells before. Don't you know? Know what? There's the owner of the shop here. Then we really have to be careful. Yes, we have to be very, very careful. It had been a long time since anyone spoke on the mountain peak. The two figures who were conversing here had left for a long time. A figure slowly appeared in front of the tombstone halfway up the mountain. Luocho sat alone in front of the tombstone. He could see half of the city from here. It's quite lively today. How are you? Everyone's fine. Me too. I'm fine. In the modern world, he had only gone out to study for a few months. However, he had experienced many first days in the home of the elves. The feeling of time was normal. I'm back. A long time had passed. Hungry Ghost Festival, Hellgate. Chapter 1908. The time spent in school was a little too long, and the originally ample time to deliver the medicine suddenly became tight. But she was already familiar with the streets and alleys of this city. Luo Dance ran through the streets and alleys of the city with a carton of milk, delivering the medicine brewed by Long Shraw to every patient who needed it today. Look at you, sweating. Come on, drink something first. In the warehouse of the supermarket, a beautiful woman in her 30s brought a bottle of soy milk and wiped the sweat off the little butterfly monster's forehead. But Luo Dance noticed a ring on her sister's left ring finger. Wow! Luo Dance let out a cry of surprise. When did it happen? Last week. The manager smiled happily. It was not very peaceful at the time, so I didn't tell you. Originally, I wanted to postpone the date, but the one in my family said that since the date has already been set, it's not easy to change it. Then all the more you need to take your medicine properly. The little butterfly demon smiled and said, It was very difficult for a monster to get pregnant. In order to have a healthy baby in the future, the manager had started to take the medicine made by Sister Long 3 years ago, hoping to recuperate her body. You may have to change to another medicine later. The manager smiled. Luo Dance was stunned subconsciously, and then her watery eyes widened like the epiphyllum under the lens of a high-speed camera. Really? The manager slowly smiled, grabbed the little butterfly's hand, and pressed it on her abdomen. I only found out a few days ago. It should have been more accurate, but because of the restriction. But fortunately, I can feel that this little guy is very healthy. Wow. Butterfly monster seemed to have discovered a new world. Little baby, when will it be your turn? The manager asked with a smile. This seemed to be the common problem of the married race in the world. It was also called the concern of the married to the unmarried in the food chain. Hey, hey, hey! Luo Dance scratched her head, blushing. The big sister manager also didn't want to tease this butterfly that was as white as a piece of white paper, so she changed the topic. Today, the fruits and vegetables from the supermarket are very fresh. When you leave, take some back for Master Long to taste. Eating more fruits and vegetables can reduce liver heat. Butterfly Monster showed a puzzled look. Lord Long must be very annoyed recently. The manager smiled. Because of the extraordinary summit meeting, I heard that some seniors of the monster race are blocking your door. Butterfly Monster couldn't find any other expression except crying and laughing. But Sister Long's anger might not be because of this matter. Who knew? I have work to do, you can go out later. At this time the manager pointed to the door of the work passage and said, Go outside and pick something. Just put it on my account. It's not medicine money. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Don't refuse it. Okay. Butterfly Monster nodded obediently. Thinking that watermelons were on the market, it would be good to bring some back to Sister Long. Butterfly Monster soon came to the fruit and vegetable section of the supermarket. But the problem was, she didn't seem to know how to choose delicious and sweet watermelons. This one, it should taste good. Oh, really? Luo Dance turned back subconsciously, then widened her eyes and said with amazement, You ye sister! Long time no see, Miss Dance. Carrying a shopping basket, Miss Maid in a refreshing dress smiled at this time. After a moment of astonishment, Butterfly Monster reacted and said subconsciously, You ye sister are here, that means the boss is back. Master, he has something to do today, so he went out. Miss Maid said softly. The staff in the dessert shop were whispering. It was the kind of gossip that only girls would gossip about. Customers' clothes, jewelry, and so on appearance. They had all the things to talk about. After all, one of them had big breasts, and one of them was noble enough to make others feel ashamed just by sitting there. The desserts on the table were all Luo Dance's favorite. In fact, she would never resist anything with a sweet taste, whether it was artificial or natural. The strong internal organs of the monster race were enough for her to digest and expel those bad things. If it was not forbidden, it would be more convenient. For example, she could use her inner monster power to force out something left in her body, and so on. So, Sister You Ye Sister and the boss just came back. Butterfly Monster suddenly realized, no wonder. No wonder what? Miss Maid, who didn't touch the food on the table, simply picked up the black teacup and asked curiously. No, nothing. Butterfly Monster smiled foolishly, then sucked the small spoon used to eat the cake, seeming to be absent-minded. What are you thinking about? Sister You Ye Sister, you are so beautiful. Butterfly Monster said, subconsciously. As a maid, she might have heard countless praises from customers, but she liked to listen to this little Butterfly Monster at this time, because it was not a polite compliment. I bought a lot of ingredients today. Miss Maid said, Miss Dance, would you like to have a meal together tonight? I think the master would like to see you at dinner. Okay. She almost agreed without thinking, but soon shook her head. I'm afraid not tonight. If it's so sudden, I don't know what Sister Long will do alone. Why? Miss Maid said indifferently. Miss Long is at least thousands of years old. Can't she take care of herself? Maybe it was an auditory hallucination, but she felt that Sister You, Ye Sisters, tone slightly increased when she said, thousands of years old. Luo Dance hurriedly waved her hand at this time. No, Sister Long is just a little busy recently. I can't help her much, but I want to try my best to make her life more convenient. How lucky you are. Miss Maid smiled slightly. Miss Long can meet you. It's also my luck to meet Sister Long, Butterfly Monster smiled. It's also lucky to meet the boss, Sister You Ye Sister, and the uncles and aunts in the city, everyone. Won't it be too greedy? Miss Maid said suddenly. Luo Dance was stunned at first, then thought for a while. I hope everyone can live happily. If it's too greedy, then I can only be greedy. If. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. Let's make an assumption. Let's say if you make a choice between Miss Long and you, one of you will get happiness while the other will get pain. What will you choose? Well, Butterfly Monster thought for a while. I don't know the answer, but it'll be better if this assumption is not valid. What kind of assumption? Miss Maid asked curiously. That's to make it not valid. Butterfly Monster answered seriously. It seemed to be unreasonable, or like some kind of belief. That is to say, you still want both of you to get happiness, right? Miss Maid said indifferently. Butterfly Monster giggled, then scratched her head. I seem to be too greedy. After all, you can only be greedy. Humans, monsters, anything alive, even us. Miss Maid smiled, then said softly, You've grown up. Yes. Butterfly Monster answered softly. It's getting late. Miss Maid put down the teacup and said, I should go back to prepare dinner for the master. Miss Dance, if you have a chance next time, you're welcome to visit our restaurant. Okay. Luo Dance nodded, then looked at the table full of desserts, asking tentatively, Can I pack some for Sister Long? Miss Maid chuckled, turning her eyes. Of course, but there's a condition. Can you agree? The little butterfly couldn't help but blink. What condition? The venue of the summit meeting was the highest level conference hall in the city. The layout of the venue had been started as soon as the document was issued. All the public officials in the city had been mobilized. After all, this was a meeting for the whole world. It would be broadcasted to the world. This was something that the whole human society was paying attention to. So the media from all over the world crowded the city airport for 2 weeks. However, the venue was limited, so the interview seats provided for the media couldn't accommodate such a large number of media. Therefore, the value of a pass for an interview in the venue could be imagined. Why is a third-rate gossip magazine like yours able to get an entry ticket? We're a local TV station. There must be some kind of dirty deal going on here. I'll definitely expose you. Wait and see. Rin de Peo. Go ahead and write. If you have the ability, go ahead and write. If you dare to write, I'll dare to send people to follow you every day. Don't let me catch you having an affair, or having sex. If I catch you once, I'll let the whole world know you. Bitchung. You dare to scold me. You said it. You said it right. Ha ha. 2 women of about the same age suddenly started to scold each other in the parking lot outside the venue. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they fought for 300 rounds and then added extra time. Li Zi, who was sitting in the trunk of the SUV, was eating egg pudding and watching this scene with interest. At this time, old Q, who was accompanying the driver, asked curiously, That seems to be an exterior scene of the local TV station. Why does she know the boss? Li Zi was watching with relish, so she didn't turn her head and said, I heard that they knew each other when they were students. They are in the same major and are sworn enemies. But Meng Nan liked to look at Tyrant's yellow pictures. Old Q was silent for a moment before he frowned and said, Actually, I also have the same question. Why is it that a third-rate gossip magazine like ours is able to get an entry ticket? And why is it that the local channel is? Lizzie finally turned her head. She pointed at herself and blinked. If you ask me which restaurant has the best hot pot, I can tell you right away. Forget it. Old Q shook his head and immediately got out of the car. He began to move the equipment from the car. It took a lot of time to set up and train these things in the venue. You wait. I will definitely write you to death. Ha 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 ha. Auntie Ren came back triumphantly. Li Zi just finished the egg in her hand and stood up. Can we enter the venue now? Ren Xiling suddenly said, You and old Q take the equipment in first. I seem to see an acquaintance, so I will go and say hello. I will go and find you later. It won't be long. Rin Xiling hurriedly ran out of the parking lot. Seeing this, Li Zi felt that old Q was muscular and very strong, so she decided to eat a few more pudding before making a decision. Old Q, me a tool? Li Zi, yes. Outside the parking lot, in the temporary headquarters of a group of city police officers, Ren Xiling met the so-called acquaintance. The police officer of the 1st Brigade in the city, Police Officer Mahoud. Why is a third-rate gossip magazine like yours able to get an entrance ticket? Auntie Rin seemed to have just heard the same question. Her anger probably hadn't subsided yet, so she reached out and pinched a chubby face. Who are you looking down on? Old Ma. No. I'm really curious. Officer Ma rubbed his cheeks at this time. Even his wife, Mrs. Ma, couldn't bear to pinch his cheeks like this. You said you can find connections, but I can't think of anyone you can find to give you this convenience. This is a national level, right? You can't send me a fake admission ticket, right? Ren Xiling said angrily, If it's fake, can you people outside let me in? Is it Ali? Sir Ma thought at this time and said, I heard that she later went to the security department. It seems that only she has this ability. Did you ask her to do it? I don't have such a big influence to arrange a reporter from a third-rate magazine to enter the venue of this kind of meeting. Don't overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary civil servant like you. At this time, a slim figure appeared in front of Sir Ma and Ren Xiling. She took off the sunglasses on her face and showed a smile. Long time no see, both of you. Ah Li, a woman who worked in the security department, a mature woman who once competed with Annie Rin for a man. Who did you just call a third-rate reporter? Li ignored it this time and went directly to Sir Ma, reaching out her hand. Hello, Officer Ma. I'm one of the people in charge of the off-site logistics work this time. I want to talk to you about some work matters. Let's go over there. Don't let miscellaneous people disturb us. Sir Ma showed a panicked look. You two women made a grudge against me when you fought over a man. Can you not find me? Old Ma. Officer Ma. I have a stomachache. Sir Ma had to quickly cover his stomach. The acting skills that he had practiced for decades in the office suddenly burst out. Oh, I can't. I'll find you later. See you later. He rushed out like a rocket. Li and Ren Xiling looked at each other. The former snorted contemptuously, while the latter disdainfully combed her hair that hadn't been washed for days. She only sprayed the no-wash spray on her hair before going out, then turned around and left. Looking at Ren Xiling striding away like a meteor, Ali sighed and gradually frowned, muttering, Who on earth has the ability to give you the admission ticket? Even I can't find out who it is. It didn't matter who gave the admission ticket, as long as they had the admission ticket. As the saying goes, the timid starve to death, and the bold bloat to death. Auntie Rin admitted that she would be stuffed to death. But when she finally found Li Zi and Old Q in the inner court after spending some time, she still felt that she wasn't brave enough. You really didn't find the wrong place? It should be. Old Q stood at this time, shivering. It's actually in the first row. Looking at the same row, those national media people cast doubtful gazes. Auntie Rin couldn't help but shiver at this time. What the F***CK? How did our third-rate gossip magazine get in? Well, I see, the child is pregnant. In front of the computer table, Long Shura was pressing the mouse with one hand and eating the afternoon tea packed by Little Butterfly with the other, and listening to what she saw and heard today. Yeah, it's really a happy thing. Next time, if you're going to send medicine, send some to prevent miscarriage. Kelowna's Shinryu nodded. By the way, which shop did you buy these cakes? They taste good. It's in the shopping mall near Tai Tan Club. Little Butterfly suddenly looked a little nervous, looking at Sister Long's movements, as if she was calculating something. Tai Tan Club? Kelowna's Shinryu was startled. Why did you go there? The medicine delivery place should be quite far. Next time, don't buy things in that place. It's so expensive. No, because I met an acquaintance on the way, so I chatted for a while. Little Butterfly asked again. Acquaintance? Long Shura was about to put the last bite of cake into her mouth, but it was already stuffed into her mouth. As if to seize this moment, Little Butterfly quickly said at this time, It's you, ye's sister. This is the dessert she invited you to eat. Koof! Kelowna's Shinryu spat a mouthful of cake dregs onto the computer screen. Kelowna's evil dragon stood directly on the chair at this time. What did you say? You're only telling me now. She quickly stretched out her fingers and scratched her throat. Looking at Sister Long's embarrassed appearance, Little Butterfly couldn't help but think of a sentence. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Conditions? What conditions? When Miss Long takes the last bite, please tell her. Remember to tell her that this is my treat, a small gift. Chapter 1909. It was a very serious scene. Kelowna's evil dragon was sitting in front of Luo Dance with her arms crossed expressionlessly. The cake crumbs on the computer screen were still there, and the character, "Your man doesn't want you anymore," was written on the screen. She was lying on the ground and ignored. Her teammate was very anxious. "My throat is still very painful, as if it was stabbed by a hard object for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you understand?" Kelowna's evil dragon's voice was not as gentle as before. It was hoarse. Butterfly Monster could only put her hands on her knees, lowering her head. I'll get you some loquat water." She was about to stand up. "Is that the problem?" Kelowna's evil dragon raised her voice. Butterfly Monster trembled as if she got an electric shock. Then she quickly sat down again with her hands on her knees, lowering her head and looking like she was about to cry. The evil dragon couldn't be angry now. Long Shirua sighed and rubbed her eyebrows. Then what? Luo Dance asked tentatively. Kelowna's Shinryu frowned. "You said that bad woman came back. Is it true?" "Yes." Luo Dance nodded. "Didn't you just eat the cake?" Miss Dragon changed back to Kelowna's evil dragon. Now she only felt pain in her stomach and throat, as if she had just eaten a dead cockroach. Her whole body was inexplicably painful. "Don't mention it. I can't get over it." "So, sorry." Long Shirua rubbed her eyebrows again. She felt that it was still difficult for her to calm down, so she gave herself a tranquilizer which was always on the side. Recently, players would often die mysteriously in the game. They would either be backstabbed at the last moment when they were fighting a room boss, or they would fall into a trap vortex while walking. Furthermore, they would only get "keep up your good" when they were lucky enough to get a lucky draw. Her blood pressure soared, and there seemed to be more acne on her face. Why was she so miserable? If she didn't put some tranquilizer beside her, she felt that she couldn't control herself. Control? In that case, is it just that bad woman? Kelowna's evil dragon suddenly asked. "Only." The little butterfly monster was startled at first, then reacted quickly. "Yes, only Yugija, that bad woman, was shopping in the supermarket alone. I met you, that bad woman, in the supermarket." "That's not what I was asking." "What's that?" You mean you came back alone?" The evil dragon from the Divine Prefecture's tone had already weakened by a third. Oh, the boss is back too." The little butterfly monster immediately reacted and said with a smile, "Sister Long, are you going to find the boss?" "Who told you that I'm going to look for that profiteer?" Kelowna's evil dragon roared and snorted coldly. "I'm just worried that this profiteer would come back at such a critical time. I don't know what he's planning." "Oh, you don't believe me?" "I believe you." Luo Dance raised her head and stood up quickly, flattering her. "Sister Long, I also bought watermelon. I'll cut 2 slices for you to moisten your throat. As for the watermelon that Yi Jia picked, I'd better not tell her, right?" She ran out of the room quickly as if she was fleeing for her life. Kelowna's Shinryu stared at her but couldn't glare at anyone. She had to shake her legs impatiently, muttering to herself, "She's back. Why didn't she tell me? Why did she come back at this time? No, I have to ask her." Kelowna's Shinryu walked quickly to the window, opening it and stepping on it. "It's Lord Long. Lord Long is coming out." Dragon, pack, the window could only be pushed back. Long Shirua grabbed her messy, greasy hair frantically. Could she not get out? She had to think of a way. Inside the venue of the World Superhuman Summit Conference, They were guessing which sponsor this media belonged to. This was the front row of the interview area provided for the media. Those who could be arranged here were basically the representatives of the big countries, also known as the national teams. However, the problem was that all the top media companies in the big countries knew each other very well, but they still couldn't find out who this investor was even though they had searched through all the channels. It seemed to be a Chinese, but it was obviously not an official media. They were whispering, and some intended to come forward to make contact. But they didn't take any action. Everything was just brewing. There's a powerful force brewing in my stomach. I think I may need to go to the washroom. Old Q said timidly. He didn't look like a muscular man at all. Andy Rin was also restless at this time. Only Lizzie was calm. Let him be strong. I'll stuff snacks into my mouth, unmoving like a mountain. At this moment, a group of people wearing black suits and work passes around their necks walked quickly into the venue. This group of people attracted everyone's attention, especially the young man who was leading the group. He was serious in speech and manner, and he gave off an oppressive aura. Auntie Ren's eyes lit up, not because of the young man's appearance, but because of the aura that this group of people exuded. They didn't seem like ordinary people. They were like soldiers. Only a special department could cultivate such a powerful aura. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the group of people walked to the stage. The man in the lead stood up and said loudly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yan Xiaoxi. I'm the head of the Department of Science in the External Special Affairs Department of the Kelowna Special Affairs Administration. I'm also in charge of everything for this summit." Flashes of light instantly exploded in the venue. However, a man in black behind Yan Xiaoxi walked out coldly. He was holding a small box in his hand. He pressed it casually, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. The flashing equipment in the venue instantly emitted a squeaking sound. All of a sudden, the reporters who were holding long cannons and short guns got a great shock. Their equipment was directly damaged at this time. There was a commotion. This seems to be a new type of electromagnetic equipment. They guessed. Since when did China have such advanced equipment? Yan Xiaoxi took a microphone and said in a calm voice, "I'm sorry to have damaged your equipment. We'll be responsible for the compensation. Now, I'll explain some of the requirements of the upcoming summit. Everyone, please pay attention." However, an angry Caucasian reporter rushed out at this time and said in fluent Chinese, "You're depriving us of our freedom of the press." He wanted to say more. Yan Xiaoxi waved his hand, and two men in black suits immediately dragged the Caucasian reporter out. "You can go back to your respective embassies to lodge a complaint. It's not a problem at all to lodge a complaint in your country." Section Chief Yan was still as nonchalant as ever. "However, if you don't cooperate, you'll be disqualified from this interview. This is China. I hope you'll abide by the rules here and don't cause trouble for both parties. Do you have any questions? Before the summit begins, I can spare some time to solve them for you in 5 minutes." Yan Xiaoxi then took a seat in front of the rostrum. At this moment, the reporters below the rostrum began walking around. In short, the first thing they did was to pick up their phones and call their sponsors. Who is this person? How could there be a sponsor among the reporters of a third-rate magazine? Even if there was, Ren Xiling didn't think that calling Song-ing would help at this juncture. The magazine was acquired by the Song Dynasty Group. When Ren Xiling met with Song-ing previously, she roughly knew that the Song Dynasty's purpose in acquiring the media was to develop the Song Dynasty Group and build a good reputation. Apart from her own third-rate magazine, the Song Dynasty had also bought many other similar media outlets. This was a normal business practice. Hence, Auntie Rin really didn't think that such a sponsor would be able to help her at this time. The atmosphere was still tense and oppressive. Among them, the Chinese official media was probably the most relaxed. After all, they were the official media, and they probably already knew about some things in advance. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi was sizing up the media in the interview area. She had a report in her hand, which was a list of the media outlets that would be reporting today. As expected, they were all on the list. How did this unit sneak in? Section Chief Yen, who had sharp eyes, noticed some strange places on the list almost at first glance. He immediately looked up at a certain position in the first row of the interview area. At this moment, Section Chief Yan's black-rimmed glasses even vibrated a little strangely. This was a device developed by Dr. Zhao of the Administrative Research Institute. It could distinguish between humans and demons based on individual heat sources and the wavelength of body radiation. Why are there demons? Let me ask, the subordinate hurriedly replied. 2 minutes later, the subordinate returned with a strange expression. Looking at Section Chief Yan's expressionless face, he braced himself and said, I've asked. This seems to be a company under the name of the Tao Sect Association. Tao Sect Association? Yan Xiaoxi couldn't help but be stunned. Since when did the Tao Sect Association have a media outlet under them? It's something that happened recently. The subordinate quickly said, Earlier on, a new secretary was appointed to the Tao Sect Association, and then there were many new policies. This media outlet's interview qualification seems to have been forcefully shoved in like this. Arranging the interview is the responsibility of the Publicity and Foreign Affairs Department, and it's not under our jurisdiction. A new secretary? Yan Xiaoxi pondered for a moment. It's that guy called Song Howren, right? Yes. The subordinate nodded and continued. Also, on the surface, this media outlet is a company under the Song dynasty. The person in charge of the Song dynasty is called Song Ying, and she's Song Howren's niece. She's also the successor of the Song dynasty's third generation. This Song family has been relying on the Tao Sect Association since the Mount Tai incident, and they've been up to quite a lot recently. This interview qualification seems to be a little too much. However, Yan Xiaoxi suddenly waved her hand. Let's leave the Song family's matter as it is. This isn't something we should care about, and it's not time for us to care about it yet. After the meeting ends later, go and call that female demon out alone and check her identity record. If there's nothing wrong with it, we'll leave it for the time being. However, Song Howren's problem was really a problem. Such a young man had made the entire Tao sect and demon realm owe him a huge favor. Yan Xiaoxi felt extremely tired just thinking about the hundreds of Tao sect and demon realm tokens in Song Howren's hands. This was an unimaginably terrifying power. It was hard to say about the demon realm, but the Tao Sect Association. The Tao Sect experts involved too many high-ranking officials and nobles. Got it, the subordinate quickly replied. 3 minutes passed very quickly. The media outlets that were initially filled with righteous indignation seemed to have reached a tacit agreement at this moment as they quietly returned to their original seats. The investors' unified response was, "Be good." In that case, I'll distribute a brochure regarding this summit meeting to everyone. Please take a look carefully. Section Chief Yen looked around and said calmly, "It should be about to start inside, right?" Sir Ma, who had just gone to the washroom, returned with a bottle of water. He found Ah Li, who was working outside the venue, and brought the water over. The two of them sat at the side and chatted casually. "It's about time. I took a look at the scheduled time. It should be around this time," Ah Li said after taking a look at her watch. "You're not qualified to go in." Sir Ma couldn't help but ask in surprise. Ah Li smiled bitterly. "Don't think so highly of me. I'm just a small staff member in my own department. Everything in the venue is handled by that department, and I can't interfere with anything else." Old Ma scratched his head. "That's strange. How did Aldrin get in?" "Let's not talk about this." Ah Li shook her head and immediately looked at Ma Howd, suddenly asking, "Old Ma, what do you think?" "What do you mean?" Sir Ma asked in confusion. Ah Li said seriously, "The world we're in now." "The world we're in now." Sir Ma raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky absent-mindedly. "Speaking of which, how should we look at it?" He had never thought about this question, or rather, he wasn't ready to accept this question. Perhaps for us humans, Sir Ma said slowly, everything happened too quickly. Li was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Old Ma, how much is your salary now? Why are you asking this? Ma Howd was startled. You've been to my workplace before. How can you not know my salary? Li said, If you can, you should grit your teeth and buy more properties. The land price of this city will increase at a terrifying speed that you can't imagine. How terrifying can it be? Sir Ma couldn't help but joke. It can't be surpassing the first line, right? This city, Li said unexpectedly at this time, may be the safest place in the whole world. You know, I've heard that all supernatural powers are ineffective here. The higher-ups seem to intend to build the first experimental city in the world where humans and supernatural beings can live together. Sir Ma was shocked and couldn't seem to react in the end. He asked subconsciously, Li, are you using public resources for private purposes? After saying this, Sir Ma covered his mouth and looked around nervously. Li didn't say anything. She just stood up and patted Sir Ma's shoulder. Go back and discuss it with your wife. You should tell whoever you want. Ma Howd suddenly smiled bitterly. You don't have to beat around the bush. Why don't you tell her directly? You have to ask me. Ali shrugged and said indifferently, It's time to work, Officer Ma. TSK, woman. Chapter 1910. It should be around here. A sneaky figure was wandering in the shopping street. Many shops were closed, so this place was quite deserted. Therefore, no matter how careful this figure was, it was quite conspicuous. It was in the middle of July, but it was wearing a big windbreaker with a hat covering its nose and a pair of sunglasses and a collar covering its mouth. It should be around here, the shop. But it seemed that it couldn't find the place in its memory, which made it a little irritable. Its pace was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it had nowhere to go. 3 more minutes. If I can't find it, I'll go back. It made up its mind. However, the decision that it had made with great difficulty soon began to waver again. It could not help but begin to consider some possible problems. For example, will it be too proactive if I go to the shop like this? Speaking of which, the last time, I didn't get any response. Will that guy not want to meet me? Or I'll go back? Scared? Go back now. It took a deep breath, clenching its fists as if it had made up its mind. Look at the sky, scared. But when it decided not to search for more than 3 minutes and turned around, a terrible thing happened. Miss Long, are you looking for me? First, it took a deep breath slowly and gradually raised its eyelids. It lowered its head and then walked quickly with a hoarse voice. You've got the wrong person. Just like that, they brushed past each other. Their movements were stiff but swift. Boss Luo smiled. I'm waiting for you here, Miss Long. Are you interested in walking around with me? The stiff figure suddenly stopped moving. Then he retraced his steps and took off his sunglasses. What did you say? Boss Luo smiled. This mustache is quite interesting. Kelowna took off the sunglasses. There was a fake mustache under Shinryu's nose. I want to walk around before dinner. Boss Luo said softly, I won't let you work for nothing. In return, I'll tell you a piece of information for free. With a slight frown, he tore off the mustache above his lips. Kelowna's Shinryu made a hissing sound. This thing shouldn't be afraid of falling off, so it stuck to me so tightly. It's so suspicious that it's as painful as tearing off armpit hair. There was still a burning pain on her lips, but Long Shirwa glared at her. What are you looking at? You're still laughing. I'll make you laugh to death. Long Shirwa felt as if her eyes were in a whirlpool, and a wave of heat rushed to her Baihui acupoint. Her entire body felt as if it was cooked. This was a pedestrian rest area under the pedestrian street overpass, the kind that was sponsored by the Happy Water manufacturer. I haven't moved the shop's facade back yet. Boss Luo stopped smiling and said calmly, That's why we can't enter from the outside. That's rare. Not doing business? Long Shirua asked curiously. Boss Luo said, the shop's opening hours are shorter. Isn't that what Ms. Long wants to see? Kelonez, Shinryu muttered. Don't make it sound like you're reducing the opening hours because of me. That's such a nice way to put it. Huh. Boss Luo pretended that he didn't hear it clearly. Nothing, she emphasized and then said quickly, why did you suddenly come back? Is it because of the summit meeting? Are you plotting something? Ms. Long doesn't want me to come back? Boss Luo looked into her eyes and asked, **T. Feeling as if an arrow had pierced through her heart, the true dragon of godly land suddenly felt suffocated. Her IQ and EQ seemed to be plummeting at this time, even to a dangerous level. His brain was in a mess, and his breathing was not smooth, as if he was sick. The true dragon of the divine land only felt that he had become extremely terrible at this time. He tried hard to keep his head clear, but he could not stop even if he wanted to. Kelonez, Shinryu bit her tongue and pretended to be angry. Like your ass! I want you to go as far away as possible. It's best if you don't appear here ever again. Boss Luo was still looking at her quietly. Kelonez, Shinryu's heart was beating fast, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Her fingers gripped the chair tightly. She lowered her head and said timidly, It's not that you can't come back. As long as you don't do anything bad, it's okay. I've thought about it before, Boss Luo said suddenly. Think about what? Long Shirua was startled and opened her mouth slightly. Just like what Ms. Long said, don't appear here ever again. Luocho said softly, No. She stood up and stared at Boss Luo. She pressed her hands on Boss Luo's shoulders and blurted out, You can't. You can't be so irresponsible. Tui, you made this city become like this, and now you want to leave without caring about anything? No way. Huff, huff, huff. Kelonez, Shinryu's hands pressed on Boss Luo's shoulders. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her eyes became unfocused. In the end, she actually fainted. Just as she was about to fall, Boss Luo gently waved his hand so that Long Shirua could lie down on the table steadily. Boss Luo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A report about the experimental subjects that he had seen in Cicero's experimental field surfaced in his mind. It should be several generations. The flaws don't seem to have been fixed. Kelonez Shinryu certainly didn't have the kind of physique that fainted whenever she came into contact with someone of the opposite sex. Otherwise, the only people who had been beaten up in Kelowna for so many years would be nuns, demons, and ghosts. However, it wasn't a good idea to let Long Shirua faint here. Boss Luo, who liked to take advantage of the situation, subconsciously looked around. There were many shops in the commercial pedestrian street, and naturally, there was no shortage of small hotels for temporary use. Immediately, such advertising slogans came into view. Sex hotel. Experience passion with your lover. Love of the ocean, mirror flower butterfly, perfect couple. More than 10 themed suites for you to choose. Most special, 60 yuan per hour. Well, Luo Dance calculated the time and felt that Sister Long's anger should have subsided by now. So, she went upstairs with the cut watermelon. However, she couldn't find Long Shirua in the room. Instead, the computer was still on. It seemed that the game was still running and was in the battle stage. Anyway, the screen was full of red words. Little Butterfly didn't play games much, so she didn't care too much about it. She turned off the screen and went out. She looked up and down but still couldn't find Long Shirua. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Did he go out? The little butterfly muttered to herself. But soon, she heard some strange sounds from a utility room on the ground floor of the pet hospital. Little Butterfly walked quickly and immediately saw the floor of the utility room began to open slowly. Sister Long, where are you going? Luo Dance asked subconsciously. There was a very large underground space under the floor. It was made by Sister Long in the past and was specially used to train Emo, Xiaofei, and Juefeng. In the past 2 days, the senior monster had been blocking the door. The little butterfly monster also used this underground training ground when she went shopping. It had an exit that led directly to a ruined building outside. However, the one who walked out from the fully open floor wasn't Kelowna's Shinryu, but another person who knew this way. Emo Xiaofei. Wow. Xiaofei. Sister Dance, long time no see. Sit down and serve tea. The little butterfly monster sat down and said in surprise, Xiaofei, didn't you go to the plateau with Madame Purple Star and the others? Why did you suddenly come back? Oh, is it because of the summit meeting? Emo Xiaofei seemed to have grown up in the impression of little butterfly after not seeing him for several months. His skin was a little darker and the outline of his face was clearer. There was also a kind of an indescribable sense of oppression. Emo Xiaofei took the teacup with a smile at this time. Yes, it is indeed because of the summit meeting. Miss Zixing is the young leader of the Greedy Wolf clan, so she was invited to this meeting. Luo Dance was startled at this time and thought for a while, but isn't it Juefeng? Juefeng's matter hasn't been officially disclosed yet. Emo Xiaofei said seriously, the Greedy Wolf clan has its own plan. As for Juefeng, Miss Zixing is still the leader of the Greedy Wolf clan. The little butterfly monster wasn't too interested in politics. Just knowing about it was enough. She nodded. So it's not just Xiaofei, Juefeng, and Madame Purple Star are also here. Juefeng didn't come this time. Emo Xiaofei thought for a while and said, he is now cultivating in the Greedy Wolf clan's holy land. Miss Zixing is very strict. Well, this time, only me and some of her clansmen came together. Speaking of which, I still hitched a ride. When did you arrive? Just now. Emo Xiaofei said, Miss Zixing is now reporting to the administration. I want to come and see my master before I go home. I haven't seen her for a while. I don't know how she is now. I haven't heard from her recently. Is she not at home? Sister Long went out, but she didn't say where she was going. Luo Dance shook her head. I saw a lot of people outside. Are they from the monster clan? Emo Xiaofei frowned at this time. Master, will there be any problem? Of course not. Little Butterfly smiled. Sister Long is the Shinryu of Kelowna. What can happen to her? Maybe she went out to relax. You're right. Emo Xiaofei nodded. With Master's ability, there are not many people in this world who can hurt her. My worry seems to be unnecessary. Emo Xiaofei thought with self-mockery. With the status and ability of the Shinryu of Kelowna, I can't worry about her being knocked down by roadside punks and then taken to the Clock Hotel or something like that. Since Master is not at home, then I'll go home first. Emo Xiaofei stood up at this time and said goodbye. I guess my parents will scold me to death for running away without saying a word. By the way, there's something here. If Master comes back, please help me give it to her. Okay. Luo Dance nodded and took over the things Emo Xiaofei gave her. It was a wrapped wooden box, but Luo Dance didn't ask what was inside. She wasn't curious about these things. If Xiaofei wanted to let her know, he would tell her. Well, I'll go now. Emo Xiaofei smiled. So fast. Little Butterfly hurriedly chased out. Xiaofei, I've cut the watermelon. Why don't you leave so fast? Little Butterfly shook her head, walking to the window and slightly opening the curtain. The monsters guarding outside had sharp eyes. Once they saw the curtain swaying, they immediately stood up. A group of guys were about to surround her. Little Butterfly was scared and hurriedly closed the curtain. When will Sister Long come back? You've cut a lot of watermelons. Her head was still heavy and dizzy. When she opened her eyes, Long Shirwa saw a warm light. Her body was covered by something soft. She even had a feeling that she didn't want to get up. This was a bed, a very comfortable big bed, and there was the smell of incense. Well, bed. Kelowna of Shinryu suddenly took a breath of cold air. holding the white quilt and sitting up. What came into her eyes was a rather exquisite and luxurious room. It was a hotel suite, the kind of room that the overbearing CEO liked to take women to in Korean dramas. Why was it here? Just now it should be the commercial street, yes. I was in the commercial street, just now. Kelowna of Shinryu rubbed her head. What was I doing in the commercial street? Yes, I saw him. Then what? Then the hotel, the suite. Kelowna of Shinryu took a breath of cold air. She lowered her head, looking at the quilt that was tightly covered by her. She gulped. Calm down. It's okay. She suddenly closed her eyes and removed the blanket covering her. Then she shrunk her neck and opened one of her eyes slightly, peeking into the blanket as if she was peeking. F***CK. Her clothes were taken off. Kelowna of Shinryu suddenly jumped up. Her black windbreaker was taken off. That was all. Kelowna of Shinryu immediately patted her forehead, clenching her fists as if she wanted to hit someone. She growled like a beast. Why is it just a coat? You're awake, Ms. Long. Boss Luo came out from behind the screen with a glass of water in his hand. Seeing Kelowna of Shinryu of Kelowna standing on the bed, he asked curiously, Ms. Long, what are you doing? I. Kelowna of Shinryu of Kelowna had nowhere to put her hands behind her back. I'm exercising. Exercising? Yes, exercising. Long-distance exercise is good. Exercise, you see. Aha. National Primary and Secondary School 9th Radio Exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 1911. Kelowna's Shinryu soon calmed down. What kind of chest exercises were taught in primary and secondary schools in the country? That was just her imagination. If she really did that in front of others, she would probably dig 3 feet into the ground with her bare hands and bury herself alive, even if she was in a forbidden space. She just stretched her arms casually, that was all. Kelowna's Shinryu, who had calmed down, soon felt something was wrong. She held her forehead and knocked it lightly. What's wrong with me? She couldn't help but suspect that it was Profiteer's doing. He had done it to her several times. For example, the time when he became longer, and the time when he beat her in the basement of the villa on Mount Tai. Drink it first, you'll feel better. Boss Luo put the cup in front of Kelowna's Shinryu. Long Shirwa took it doubtfully and put it in front of her nose to sniff. There was no special smell, as if it was really just a cup of water. She was silent for a moment and finally drank it obediently. The reason was that if there was anything, he could have done it when she fainted. There was no need to wait until she woke up. What's this? But after a few mouthfuls, Kelowna's Shinryu felt something was wrong. She raised her head in surprise. The dizziness in her brain seemed to have subsided. She felt refreshed. Boss Luo said, it should be something called spiritual liquid, mist condensed by Reiki. Spiritual liquid? Kelowna's Shinryu was startled. How could she not know what spiritual liquid looked like? Boss Luo smiled. Miss Long, if you're free, you can go to the suburbs to take in some fresh air. It's not good for your health to stay in your room for a long time. Who stays in my room all day? I went out the day before yesterday and beat up some people. Actually, she only went out of her room once when Old Fox was accidentally injured, but Kelowna's Shinryu still snorted and immediately reacted. You mean there's something wrong with my body? Probably. Boss Luo nodded. Miss Long's power comes from the support of the earth in Kelowna. Although there's some in your body, you've been used to the earth's Reiki for a long time. If you don't get the Reiki for a long time, you'll have some symptoms. For example, the withdrawal reaction of people who quit smoking. She was also a doctor, although she only had a license as a veterinarian. How could she not know about the withdrawal reaction? Why didn't I have such a reaction when I was in the inhuman domain? Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help but feel doubtful. Boss Luo said, although the inhuman domain can't provide energy to Miss Long all the time like the Earth in Kelowna, at least you can absorb some of the energy in the air to solve your problem. But in this place, I'm afraid that the only way for Miss Long to absorb energy is through food. Of course, normal food can't provide enough energy to support Shinryu's body. If the food intake is not balanced and there's no nutrition, the situation will be worse. Food: happy water, potato chips, fried chicken, chicken feet, sunflower seeds. What have I been eating recently? In other words, as long as I leave the city once in a while, I'll be fine, right? Kelowna's Shinryu frowned. In theory, yes. Boss Luo nodded. Kelowna's Shinryu pondered for a moment and frowned. Then, why are you telling me this? Boss Luo smiled. Before we came out, didn't we agree that if Miss Long walks with me, I'll give you a piece of information for free? That's it. Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help but open her mouth. Boss Luo nodded with a smile. What else? No, nothing. Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly lowered her head. She seemed to be thinking about something, and her toes curled up under the blanket. So that's the reason why he waited for me. He obviously wanted to tell me about this, didn't he? But why did she have to make an exchange? Humph, she's so arrogant, this profiteer. Is this care? Humph, I'm still a little dizzy. Kelowna's Shinryu tilted her head. Do you have any more of this spiritual liquid? Can you give me another cup? You can't be so stingy that you can't even give me 1 cup of spiritual liquid, right? Boss Luo just smiled. The empty cup was once again filled with this kind of liquefied spiritual liquid. The true dragon of the divine land drank it all up like drinking beer without saying a word. Her mind felt refreshed again, and the dizziness subsided a little. It was already at the point where she doubted her endurance. She thought that it would be better to have another drink, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She thought that she should go to the suburbs later. The suburbs might not be safe enough, so she should go to a place further away. The inner part of the city was in a state of absolute prohibition. The outer part of the city showed a decreasing trend. The administrative bureau had already done their research. They had to go to a place that was at least 50 kilometers away from the city in order for the spiritual energy to be in a normal state. Silence. In the silence, Kelowna's Shinryu felt uncomfortable and said slowly, "Oh, right, the thing you said before. Are you serious?" "What thing?" Kelowna's Shinryu rolled her eyes. "You already know the answer." Boss Luo smiled. "Many times we have all kinds of ideas. However, we don't have to do it. Of course, it doesn't mean that we won't do it. After all, we still need a way to make it happen, guidance, and so on." "You didn't say anything," Kelowna's Shinryu said impatiently. "Why don't you just say it and see if I'm in a good mood?" Boss Luo sat down and smiled. "Now that I'm with Ms. Long, I'm in a good mood." Maybe it was an illusion. Kelowna's Shinryu suddenly felt dizzy, but it was not as serious as before. She bit her lips and looked at Boss Luo. It seemed to be the problem of the angle. From this angle, she could see the cabinet in the room behind Boss Luo. You all know that some hotel suites will display the most conspicuous items in the most conspicuous places, such as instant noodles, soft drinks, wine, and even small square boxes with 2 small pieces of rubber hidden in them. "I need to go to the washroom." She rushed into the bathroom in the suite as if she was running away. Kelowna's Shinryu's face was splashed with cold water. She had been watering herself in the wash basin for more than a minute. Cool down. Kelowna's Shinryu's spirit was refreshed, but she didn't rush to go out. Instead, she sat on the toilet lid and rested her chin on her hand, thinking. She found a serious problem. She had this problem in the past, but it was not the serious. Whenever she appeared in front of this profiteer, she would feel uncomfortable. For example, her heart would be in a mess, her breathing would be rapid. She would feel inexplicably irritated when she saw him, but she would feel even more irritated when he didn't see her. She would only use the simplest and most violent way to do things without using her brain. She was getting lazier and lazier. "I didn't expect that I would fall so deep into the mud." Long Shiro couldn't help but laugh bitterly. These were the symptoms. This was clearly the kind of childish behavior that she often used to diss those little demons who were only 100 or 200 years old and had just transformed into human form not too long ago for the sake of so-called love. I can't go on like this. Kelowna's Shinryu took a deep breath. She patted her cheeks and stood up excitedly. She had more or less recovered her former self. However, when she opened the door and walked out, Boss Luo was no longer in the room. She walked to the table and placed a note under the cup that was filled with spirit liquid again. I'm very happy to meet you today, Miss Long. Kelowna's Shinryu frowned and picked up the note expressionlessly. She wanted to tear it off, but she didn't. She just sighed, folded the note, and stuffed it into her pocket. Then she finished the 3rd cup of elixir. She stayed in the room for a while before sneaking out. She couldn't just jump down from here. Her strength didn't allow her to do so. Miss, are you going to check out? Check out for what? Kelowna's Shinryu was startled. Yes, room 1907. Miss? The waiter stared at the sneaky lady with a strange expression. Back off. Kelowna's Shinryu gritted her teeth and spat. This profiteer, he took me to a hotel and didn't even pay for the room. Is he human? After a while, the total is 968 renminbi. The waiter said politely. Shouldn't it be 938 renminbi? Kelowna's Shinryu frowned and looked at the price list. 30 renminbi is for a box of Okamoto. The waiter said with a smile, 1 box is missing, Mississippi. If you have any questions, we can. No need. At this time, the true dragon of China hurriedly swept the bill. Then he lowered his head, put on a windbreaker and sunglasses, and rushed out of the hotel door like he was escaping. He directly grabbed a taxi, called by a customer. Drive. Suburb. I'll pay you 3 times the fare. Let's go. She left. In the conference hall of the summit meeting. Those are the things you need to pay attention to. If you have any questions, you can call these 3 numbers. Someone will answer your questions. You can also ask our colleagues later. Then goodbye. Yan Xiaoxi was soon escorted out of the conference hall by her subordinates, leaving only 2 of her subordinates behind to answer the questions that they had for them. In fact, there were many things listed in the booklet that they had distributed. Rin Xiling flipped through the booklet and felt that there was nothing to ask. Besides, looking at the 2 staff members who were surrounded by the media, Madame Rin suddenly lost the idea of joining in the fun. She actually thought of sneaking out during this chaotic time and intercepting Yan Xiaoxi for a surprise interview. However, she gave up the idea after thinking about it. This was not the same as before. Although Madame Rin was big-hearted, she was not brainless. Some small problems could be solved by relying on her connections, but some problems would implicate her connections. Boss, I'll go get the car, Old Q said quickly. Rin Xiling nodded and agreed. Lizzie suddenly said at this time, Sister Rin, I won't go back with you tonight. I saw on my WeChat that a fried chicken restaurant is open, but it's only open for 3 hours. I have to go there. Go ahead. Madame Rin nodded helplessly. This was a girl who could get up at 5 in the morning and run to the other side of the city to buy breakfast. It was normal for her to not go home to buy fried chicken. Thank you, Sister Rin. Then I'll go buy. Seeing this girl quickly squeezing into the crowd and disappearing in the blink of an eye, Madame Rin couldn't help but shake her head. Don't come back so late. Okay. She only saw Lizzie's raised arm in the crowd. Shall I go back too? Ren Xiling lowered her head and muttered. Then the pressure of the day's work all disappeared, because when she went out in the morning, her darling said that he would take his girlfriend home for dinner. Out of the door of the conference hall, Lizzie looked at the corridors that extended in all directions. She seemed to be in danger. She looked around and then walked into one of the corridors. At this time, 2 figures in black suits quickly appeared in the corridor and chased after her. They ran to the end of the corridor and turned the corner, but Lizzie had disappeared. Strange, she ran here. Where is she? Did she escape? No, the two men in black suits were shocked. They looked around nervously and pressed their palms to the place where the weapons were hidden at their waists. They shouted, "Come out!" "Don't be so nervous." They saw a head of long hair suddenly hanging down from their heads. They looked up and saw Pear with a smile on her face as she jumped down from the ceiling. Full marks. "So, two big brothers from the administration. Why are you looking for me, a harmless little monster?" Lizzie narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. "Someone wants to see you." One of the men in black said in a deep voice, "Please cooperate and come with us." In the suburbs, in a place where one could feel the aura, Kelowna's Shinryu paid the fare and got off the car. Then she found a place where no one was and directly turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky. In just a moment, Kelowna's Shinryu had appeared in a mountain more than 100 kilometers away and then crashed into a pool in the valley. Bang! The water splashed everywhere. After a long time, the water calmed down and Kelowna's Shinryu's body slowly floated up from the bottom of the pool. The power of Kelowna's earth was constantly flowing into her limbs and bones. Long Shirwa couldn't help but moan. She only felt that her spirit was floating and there was a lingering expression on her face. She suddenly woke up. F***CK, I'm drunk. ####### PS1. Thank you to Lemon Candy 2 for massaging the shoulders of the rich boss. PS2, 0 to 1. PS3, as usual. Chapter 1912. Li Zi was brought to a black nanny van. Apart from Yen Xiaoxi, there was another police detective who seemed to be in his 30s, sitting in the back seat. However, Yen Xiaoxi did not look at her and instead looked out of the window. She could see the main entrance of the venue from her seat. "Get in." After getting into the van, Li Zi had no choice but to carry her backpack and sit down beside the police detective, diagonally opposite Yen Xiaoxi. "Let me introduce myself." The police detective said solemnly, "I'm Fu Mingxian, a senior police detective from the Kelowna police station. I don't think I need to introduce you to Section Chief Yen." Li Zi nodded and unzipped her backpack. This action made Fu Mingxian's eyes look a little scary. He even grabbed Li Zi's wrist at lightning speed. "Don't be nervous." Li Zi blinked and said, "Don't be nervous. Even if I have a weapon, I won't be able to carry it." Fu Mingxian finally let go of her with a frown on his face. However, his eyes were still fixed on her. Li Zi then took out two items from her backpack. One of them was a magnetic card that was the size of an ordinary bank card, while the other was an egg pudding. "This is the residence permit that I applied for. It hasn't expired yet. You may check it." Li Zi handed the magnetic card to Fu Mingxian and tore open the packaging of the egg pudding before eating it with a spoon. Fu Mingxian then took out a machine and inserted the magnetic card into it. Soon, Li Zi's information was displayed on the screen. Section Chief. He then handed the information on the screen to Yen Xiaoxi. Yen Xiaoxi lowered her head to take a look before looking up at the nonchalant Li Zi. She then asked, "Snow Lady, are you a monster from Japan? Do you want to eat this?" Li Zi asked as she took out two more puddings from her backpack. "We're asking you a question," Fu Mingxian exclaimed. With a small spoon in her mouth, Li Zi said pitifully, "But, brothers, are you asking about my gender or something like that?" Fu Mingxian frowned while Yen Xiaoxi gestured for him to keep quiet. At this moment, Yen Xiaoxi changed her sitting position and accepted the pear pudding. However, she did not eat it and instead said, "According to the document, you applied for a vacation in Kelowna. But you have a job now, don't you?" Li Zi smiled embarrassedly. "It's just an excuse. Compared to being a stowaway, I applied for it according to the rules. And I applied for it for a long time. As for work, I need money to eat too. I can't possibly steal or rob." Yen Xiaoxi said calmly, "There's still 2 months to go." "I know." Li Zi nodded and said, "I recently applied for long-term residence, but it seems to be a little difficult." "It's a critical period now," Yen Xiaoxi said calmly. Li Zi answered softly. Why do you want to stay in Kelowna? Yan Xiaoxi asked all of a sudden. According to what I know, Japan is one of the few places that have benefited greatly from the revival of spiritual energy, probably because it's close to Kelowna. Snow girls are also very rare in Japan. I heard that they have been extinct for almost 200 years. If you go back to Japan with their culture, you will immediately become a distinguished guest. Why do you want to stay in Shenzhou, in this place where magic is forbidden? The food here is delicious, Li Zi exclaimed in all seriousness. It's really delicious. I wanted to use a year to eat all the delicacies here and then go back. But even after a year, I still haven't finished eating all the delicacies here. There are new delicacies here every day. It's amazing. That was probably the most bizarre answer that Yan Xiaoxi and Fu Mingxian had ever heard since they started working. It was not that they had never heard of similar answers before. In fact, most of the answers given by the monsters were completely unfathomable. However, it was the first time that they had heard of such a thing. Brothers, I'm really green and harmless, Li Zi said with a serious expression. At this time, Li Zi said seriously, look at me. Even if I buy food, I rely on the money I earn from my own work. I have never stolen anything. I am a law-abiding citizen. If you're law-abiding, why did you appear on the media list for the summit meeting? Fu Mingxian asked. Don't tell me that you don't know what's going on either. It's our responsibility to supervise the security before and after the meeting. In other words, it's because I'm a monster, right? Li Zi suddenly put down the pitiful look on her face. If a monster appears in this meeting, it means that it's unstable. It's a potential threat. On the other hand, some media outlets with ulterior motives can be protected, right? Don't change the concept. Fu Mingxian frowned. It's also extreme. Then, please put aside your prejudice against the monsters. Li Zi shrugged her shoulders. I'm here with the legal certificate that you've issued. Please respect the rules that you've set. You've got a sharp tongue. Fu Mingxian sneered. I've seen plenty of monsters like you. They're the type that won't give up until they see the coffin. You monsters like you? Li Zi squinted. How about this type? Listen. Fu Mingxian immediately sprung up and grabbed Li Zi's arm to bend it behind her back while pressing her neck down onto the chair. Don't talk to me in such a tone. I'm the one who's asking questions now. You just have to answer. Why did you sneak into the meeting? What's your agenda? Is there someone behind you? What's your relationship with the Song family? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a small-time reporter. Li Zi said, finding it difficult to speak at this moment. Also, does this count as using violence? You're still being stubborn. Fu Mingxian sneered. Perhaps you haven't been interrogated by the authorities. Yan Xiaoxi watched on expressionlessly. In his opinion, this was not considered overboard. They did not have much patience during critical times. However, at this moment, there was a commotion outside the car, interrupting Yan Xiaoxi's train of thought. He subconsciously looked outside and at the same time looked at the chauffeur in front with a frown. What happened? The chauffeur said. A woman rushed over and said that she was looking for someone. Our people were stopping her and there was a small conflict. A woman? Yan Xiaoxi asked with a frown. At this moment, Li Zi was still being pressed down by Fu Mingxian. After hearing this, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked up, seemingly worried about something. Could it be, Li Zi? Are you in there? Li Zi, I saw you. You were being escorted upstairs by two people. Li Zi. She had already heard Ren Xiling yelling. What are you guys doing? Let go. So what if you're from the authorities? I saw you guys bringing my friend upstairs with my own eyes. What are you guys doing to her? Let go of me. Let go. Miss, we're in the middle of an office. Please leave. No, I won't leave if I don't see my friend. I want to know if she's safe. I'm telling you, she's not only my friend. but she's also my employee. I have the responsibility to protect her. If you're in the middle of an office, why can't I see you? Ma, please cooperate. If your friend is fine, we won't hurt her. What could be wrong with her? If she is, would you hurt her? Ma, please calm down. At this moment, Fu Mingxian pushed the door open and alighted from the nanny van. He adjusted his clothes and stared at the woman who was creating a scene in front of the car with a frown. He remembered this woman, the one who was sitting in the first row of the interview area and was forcibly inserted into the media by Song Haoren. At this moment, Ren Xiling was still in a standoff with a few agents from the authorities. Fu Mingxian walked towards her with a straight face. I'm not going to ask what's going on. Fu Mingxian said indifferently, please leave now. We're working in the authorities. We don't need to explain to anyone. Ma, I've already politely asked you to leave. Please leave. Annie Rin, who was used to seeing the wind and waves of people, actually felt flustered when she was stared at by this man in his 30s. She had interviewed a lot of extremely evil murderers. It was this kind of murderous gaze that was very frightening. What do you want to do to Lizzie? Ren Xiling stubbornly greeted him. She's my good friend. Good friend? Fu Mingxian chuckled. It seems that you don't know who your so-called good friend is. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. We need to take your good friend away to cooperate with the investigation. That's it, please leave. Without waiting for Ren Xiling's response, Fu Mingxian waved his hand and said indifferently, take her away. Just be polite. As he said, he took out a small stick from his clothes and handed it to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate immediately understood what Fu Mingxian meant. This was a method used to quickly deal with ordinary people without leaving any trouble, to take them away and erase their short-term memory. Seeing the agents walking towards her, Ren Xiling frowned. What do you want to do? This is a public place. I didn't break the law. Stop. At this time, Yan Xiaoxi suddenly opened the door and walked out. They obeyed Fu Mingxian, but obviously they obeyed Yan Xiaoxi more. Hearing her words, they stopped. Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently, your friend is fine, take her away. Lizzie touched her neck at this time, looking a little pale. She walked out of the car in bewilderment, and then quickly ran back to Ren Xiling. Seeing this, Ren Xiling instinctively reached out to protect Lizzie behind her. Lizzie, don't be afraid, I'm here. Sister Ren, I'm fine, don't worry. Lizzie quickly said at this time, they just asked me a few questions. If there's anything, let's talk about it after we leave. Ren Xiling looked at Lizzie in bewilderment, only to see that Lizzie's eyes were no longer as jovial as before. You guys go. At this time, Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently, I'm sorry to have frightened you two today. This is the fault of the agency. It's okay now. We'll compensate your friend for the mental damage. Section Chief. Fu Mingxian came to Yan Xiaoxi's side in disbelief. Go back. Yan Xiaoxi ignored her and directly got into the car. Seeing this, Fu Mingxian had no choice but to shake her head. She then waved her hand and called her men back, after which the car drove out and left. Really left like this? Ren Xiling looked at this scene with a little surprise, then slowly sighed. At this time, Lizzie opened her eyes wide and looked at Ren Xiling, saying, Sister Ren, how did you know I was in the car still? Ren Xiling said angrily, I just happened to bump into you. When I came out, I saw you being escorted into the car by two guys in black, so I took a look with my camera out of curiosity. As a result, I saw you being held down by those guys, so I hurried over. Fortunately, you're fine. By the way, why did these people from the agency catch you? They said I'm a monster. Lizzie blinked and said at this time, I said I wanted to destroy the world, so they came to catch me. Auntie Rin was stunned, then raised her hand and knocked Lizzie's head with her fist. Speak human language. Lizzie stuck out her tongue in pain. It's because of this necklace. They seem to have a special instrument that can detect the special energy of my necklace. So they came to me to ask about it. Necklace? Andy Rin looked at the necklace on Lizzie's neck dubiously. Obviously, compared to Lizzie being a monster who wanted to destroy the world, this answer was more credible. After all, she also saw that in the venue, some people from the agency broke the cameras of all the media. What's wrong with this necklace? Lizzie shook her head and said, I don't know, this was left by my ancestors. They said they wanted to take it back for research, but I didn't agree. Maybe there was some conflict because of this, but it's okay now. You said it's okay? They held you down. If I came a little later, I don't know what would happen. Ren Xiling said angrily, I don't know if they will come to trouble you again later. It shouldn't be. Lizzie smiled and said, I'm just a small citizen. Besides, why would Section Chief Yen always hold on to a small person like me? Sister Rin, let's go back first. Okay. Rin Xiling nodded and immediately stammered, Lizzie, can you help me up? My legs are weak. Lizzie couldn't help but smile bitterly. She probably didn't know how terrifying the organization she was facing was. But even if she knew, it probably wouldn't change anything, right? There were so many delicacies here that she couldn't finish them in a year. But there was something else here. If I were a monster, would you still do it without hesitation? Humans. Section Chief, why were you so sudden just now? In the car, Fu Mingxian frowned and looked at the silent Yan Xiaoxi in bewilderment. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi slowly sighed and looked at her subordinate with difficulty. Have you seen the real? Seen the real what? Fu Mingxian immediately frowned again, only to discover that the section chief's collar was wet. What exactly happened in the car when he alighted just now? However, Yan Xiaoxi didn't continue speaking and instead looked distracted, as if she couldn't hear anything at all. Fu Mingxian had no choice but to remain silent. Humans and demons coexist. Seems like this woman outside doesn't know your identity yet. Yan Xiaoxi looked away and looked at Lizzie. After Fu Mingxian alighted from the car, Lizzie was no longer restrained. Logically speaking, she should be able to sit up normally. However, Yan Xiaoxi felt that something was amiss. At this moment, not only did Lizzie not sit up properly, she was still in the same position as before. Yan Xiaoxi got a great shock and subconsciously looked out of the window. The entire world seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. He suddenly felt that someone was sitting beside him. Hello, Section Chief Yan. The moment Yan Xiaoxi turned around, she saw a pair of muddled eyes. ########PS 1/1.